Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Friday edition of the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? All right. Well, obviously, lots happening this morning. So many gap downs. I can't get, I'm not going to look at all the gap downs that are just gapping down because of the overall market being down. Because I'm sure everybody is aware now that the president has tested positive for COVID. So that is the reason why the market is in disarray this morning. We just have to wait and see what happens in terms of the market. Will it put in my favorite type of a day, a rally? But there are other things to talk about in terms of, Meso. I like Meso, guys. MESO, keep an eye on this one. I mentioned that I did trade this one twice in the pre-market. I read that press release. To me, it didn't look as bad as having a gap down of 32%. And so I took this trade a couple of times, 1220 to 1240 and then 1240 to 1275. The reason I'm still not in it is because the spread was getting crazy, so I just wanted to protect myself. But if this market opens and it pops over 13, there's a good chance I'm going to take this. Yeah, you read the press release and you see what you think. But anyway, so that's the Meso, MESO. CEMI, boy, this is one that we were watching for many weeks ago. Still don't trust it. I mean, it did have a nice little pop up to 576. It's right back down to $5. Some kind of FDA approval for CEMI. Rocket is down there. Now, the reason again, there are so many stocks that are down. There's no point in going over all of them. But this one is down. I'm not sure if it's down because there's talk that Caliber, which is another private company, they're looking to, say in the same sector, looking to go public. I have no idea if that's the reason or if it's just down because of the overall market. Probably more the overall market, but I did notice that another company that would be competing with them is doing an IPO. VXRT had gapped up. It's still holding. Yeah, it's not holding its gap at all. Yeah. So I'm going to forget about that one. VXRT. NNOX. This was a huge high flyer up here. It got slammed. Big comeback today. 34%, $8. Big volume for it. 805,000. It's not a big float. And that is NNOX. I don't see a specific reason for it. But look at this gap. Again, guys, I my gap downs is obviously just absolutely full. There's no point going over them all. This is more, if I see specific news about a company for other than overall market conditions, okay. For instance, HYMC has gapped down because they're doing a financing. Financing's at 9. Here's another one, and I think it's given up its gains too. Codex, yeah, I mean, they're all these pops. This is another virus play, of course. Codex. But it is fading also. Here's a small one, XTNT, gapped up. Their press release, all to do with debt restructuring. And let's see, IDT. If you're interested in the previous AI alerts, if you just have this window open and then right click and go to history, then you can obviously go to yesterday, but pick a time frame. Okay, so have your strategy trades all window open, go to history, and then pick your time frames. So IDT, this was a gap up. I'm trying to see if there's any specific news. I don't see Oh, this is an earnings play. Sorry about that. This isn't actually an earnings play. What it did, I have earnings. Yeah, you can see the reaction released after market. Excuse me, yesterday. That's the mauve area right here. So there's the reaction. Still kind of holding. So IDT is an earnings play, and sort of room it has. I mean, look at that monthly chart, 1060 or so. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Here's another one that did a financing, ARQT, doing a financing, and that's at 25, so just a little bit under 4 million shares at 25. Nice round $100 million financing. DPW, little one, DPW in the EV sector, DPW. Not too bad. I mean, it's still kind of holding, 295, 241. There's the big pop. They claim that they're launching a hybrid EV charger. And Oxy now all-time low for Oxy. Of course, oil prices are just sinking. But there's Oxy, all-time low. This was, this company was in disarray before all that. Oil prices sinking, etc. So this is really now, look at this all-time low now, position in lifetime low, right at the low. Yeah, many energy plays. I mean, of course, all the airlines, the cruisers. It's just a matter of seeing whether we get a bounce today. I mean, we're down. The SPY is what is the SPY level right now? So we're below these 4 days right now. We were in a little bit of a rally. Now we're below. All right, let's see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Again, we have a ton of upgrades and hardly any downgrades again. All right, let me get some of the upgrades in. Getting a few more of the upgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades, and there are very few downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Now, again, I'm somewhat fixated on the meso. I read the press release. Yeah, initially it looks really bad, but I didn't read it to be as catastrophic. And also, not that this is necessarily going to mean anything, but Wainwright came out right after that and said, hey, Yeah, we've downgraded it a bit from 21 to 19, but we still support, or we still believe that this company will go up in price, but who knows when, and it may never happen. But it certainly, Wainwright tried to prop the price. The problem I have with it right now is the spread. 1251, 1270. And I'm talking about the MESO, MESO. Yeah, I saw that reel. I mean, yeah, they did their financing. And in the face of this market, you would think it's kind of it is a bit puzzling. I guess that's a good word. Isn't this NNOX, wasn't that the target of one of those big short sellers before on this big move down? I'm just really interested to see what the market does once it opens. Does it stabilize a bit? Does it rally a bit? Does it just hang tough just in the area? Or does it continue to go down? But look at all my gap downs. I mean, okay, here's one I did. But look at this. I mean, look at the big pullback. 250 down to $2 or down to $1.89. I mean, these are big percentage pullbacks. But AHT is up 20%. Good volume, actually. Great volume. Almost a million shares with 8 million in the float. We got APA making a move down, another energy play. This is probably almost an all-time low. Well, it doesn't quite say, there's a little bit of white there, but I think as we speak, this may be an all-time low. Unless I go back, I don't know how many years I have to go back, but APA and Oxy. I didn't trade X-Tent in the pre-market, but oops. But obviously the big gap up right now. The next high looking left on that monthly chart is 290. It's probably going to be about the same on the weekly. So yeah, it definitely has room, and it's a low float, 11.9 million in the float. It's already traded the float. It's just closing of debt restructuring. Yeah, I saw some posts coming in like that. I guess it really depended on the servers because I was fine. You know, I turned my machine on at at 7 Eastern time, and yeah, I was fine. But I did see some posts coming in saying no data. So I guess it must have really depended on the server you were on. But I think everything is okay now. All right, XTNT now, just a new pre-market high. All right, 9:20. So I have no idea what's going to come from my watch list this morning. Because the market was a little bit up yesterday, most of the bias was on the long side, but obviously with the market down this morning, and who knows, I don't know where, nobody knows where it's going to go. I have no idea how many alerts we're going to get, but if you want to follow my alerts today, from the toolbar, click on New and Channel Bar and my watch list, Barry's watch list. Remember, everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you click on anything, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. This window, you will get some alerts starting when the market opens, but these are more the important ones, only because you can get alerts here, and in the first 15 minutes the market was up, or the prices go up and down. You can get whipped out of positions very easily. So that's why I do put a delay of 15 minutes. Not that after 15 minutes everything is settled down, but certainly it's a little bit better than trying to take a trade right at the market open. Of course, you can take trades at the market open, and if you guess right, stock keeps moving higher. Yeah, my problem is I've just I used to try doing that, but I just got whipped out of positions too much. So I'm not saying I never ever take a trade at the market open, but not that often anymore. Here's another one. Right, I don't know if I had this one on my list. Yeah, I did have this on the list. Apt. So APT, of course, virus play. Not a virus play, but you know what I mean. COVID play. Call it a COVID play. So there's Apt. Nice gap up. This looks like, must be a buyout. Yeah, ARA, that must be a buyout. Okay, so Tony, no, you don't need an interactive brokerage account to paper trade. It's completely independent of whatever account you have. Okay, and if you do decide for the you need real time data from interactive brokers. What level of real time data you want will be up to you, but you do need a real time data plan. But in terms of simulation trading, doesn't matter what broker you've got. It's using our real time data. Airlines, of course. I mean, everything. Airlines, cruisers. And if you do decide you want to sign up, here's a promo code for you, Tony. All right, well, just kind of like everybody else, waiting to see what happens today. Will the market hold, or will we gap down further on the open? Yeah, JKS, okay. Let me put a note to myself. JKS, 10 o'clock. I'm told this is a guaranteed winner. What do you mean, Aberati? What's that app? What exactly do you mean by that? All right, I will now. It's going to be a fascinating day, guys. I mean, to see what happens when the market opens. So XTNT is still at the pre-market highs. As I said before, there's a next high looking left on the daily chart that corresponds with the weekly and the monthly chart. You know, and that is about 287. All right, so I do see that Mizo is starting to sink. So my premise may be completely wrong. I mean, it's okay. I've already taken some, made some money on it pre-market, but I'm going to keep watching it. All right, everybody. So a minute and a half to go. XTNT making new highs still. All right, everybody, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. It's going to be, as I say, a fascinating day. Extent is not shortable for us, Real. Not that I want to short it right now, but XTNT is not shortable at Interactive Brokers. Interesting to see what happens if it gets really close to that 287. Oh, look at the airlines cruisers. All right, we are now open. Now let's see what happens. All right, well, Xtent is getting closer. Gotta spell it right. Okay, look at meso. I mean, this is going to be all over the place. M-E-S-O. So I typically don't trade the first 15 minutes, just to try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, yeah, there's that OMI bouncing way off the financing price, OMI. All right, well, market's putting in as we speak. They're only a minute in. And we have their first halt of the day is VJet. Not very much volume yet, but VJet is the first halt of the day. All right, well, guys, as we speak, I mean, we're only less than 2 minutes into the market. We're getting some of the ones that were beaten up, putting in a bit of a pop, including the SPY. Look at OMI. We do have a scanner for halts, Tony, yes. When you subscribe, I share a lot of scans. Here is the Halts Resume scanner. I have a lot of scans that I share. In fact, when you signed up, when you signed into the YouTube feed, you should have seen a lot of links. And then one of the links was the Halts Resumes. All right, Codex, I say virus play. Choppy in the pre-market though. There is a block trade scanner, yep. Just click on block trade. Right click, configure, or do a search. And then block. Okay, block trade, minimum number of shares, okay. Well, you don't have to be in the YouTube channel. The only reason I mention it, like the trading room you're in right now is way more active, okay? The YouTube channel is exactly the same. They can hear me, they can see my screen. It's just not as active in terms of interaction with traders. Yeah, this OMI does seem kind of crazy. Well, all the scanners are here in the trading room. Okay, Mert, if you click on the Scans tab, they're all here. Or if you click on the Room Drive icon and scans that I share, download, they'll go to a Word document and you can take a look at them at your leisure. Okay? Well, the market is actually putting in a nice little green bar so far. Less than 5 minutes in, we're getting a lot of stocks rallying here, but it is early. Well, I was definitely wrong about the meso. I thought maybe holding 12 it might start to jump, but not now. Now, this had a really tough day yesterday, in my opinion. I mean, tough day to try to trade it. I mean, if you took fewer shares and were able to hang on, I guess it was okay. But the Bed Bath and Beyond had earnings yesterday. It was very choppy all day. Look at the sell-off. It got up to 2041 and it closed at 1874. It's coming back. It had earnings yesterday. I just found it very difficult intraday to trade it because, especially at the first hour and a half, it was just kind of choppy. All right, VJet just opened. Not very much volume though. Well, we're getting a lot of stocks that are rebounding. I mean, as long as we have a nice green bar, another only 6 minutes in, 6.5 minutes in, 7 minutes in. All right, so VXRT is starting to curl up, but remember now, this hit a high in the pre-market of 807 and it faded badly. I mean, that's right down to 688. It is starting to come back. It's not a low float, 108 million in the float, so it is not a low float. All right, here's one of the few earnings plays. IDT not doing too much. I mean, it's still up. It's up 21%. It doesn't trade very much. 196,000. That's 151 times normal. 21 million in the float. This does not trade very much. Let's see if it can gain some traction. It did get up to 878. Well, definitely having a lot of bounces. Look at this green bar now. Okay, XTNT. Okay, settled down a little bit. There's some bottoming tails. Got all the way down to $1.97. And that's from 252 down to $1.97. Now it's trying again. There's the high 251. I mean, my guess is that this would be pretty tough to get through that 3 level for XTNT. Look at this! Wow, look at this green bar. So far. All right, IPO from a couple of days ago. CD. SPI. I mean, it's like risky like anything. What's the high right there? 622, so it's above the high of yesterday. SPI. I mean, I know traders are looking at this day when it got up to 46. Again, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. There are no AI alerts yet. All right, look how choppy this one has been. APT, up, down, up, down. Talked about it yesterday. Yeah, actually, sorry, did not talk about this. What we talked about was the graph. Yeah, so this is now finally trading. The merger has been officially completed. So this is the new symbol. Yeah, the CFFN has been sterling since right from the beginning. I just don't like to take them that early, but absolutely. I mean, that's the risk I run. Something that just keeps, or risk I take. Something that keeps running. Pick the right one. It's great. Here's another one, HMHC. So waiting for another couple of minutes to see if I get anything on my watch list. I mean, even Oxy. I mean, look at the bounce for Oxy. Right off that 9 level. Well, best Bed Bath and Beyond. I'm going to stick an alert at the high of yesterday. So this is completely shaking off everything. Of course, well, look at the market though. Wow, nice rally in this market so far. All right, about 30 seconds. Just want to see if I get anything in my alert windows. Yeah, ENLV really had a strange day yesterday. I mean, look at what it got up to, 1183. Closed way down here at 870, putting in a bit of a bounce now. When you say, is this a paid live session, the trading room is free, Chris. Doesn't matter whether you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas or not, if that's what you mean. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, so there's the first 15 minutes. We are green. Now, will we hold? So a lot of these energy stocks appear to be rallying off the close. Look at NNOX. Whoa. So a nice gap up, but giving it up. This is not. Yes, this is actually shortable too. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber, Chris? Probably not, right? Yeah, I mean, sane minds would say that OMI has, well, it is dropping now. Okay, so that's the first 15 minutes. Again, the financing was done at, what was it, $21, 21 something? $20.50 a share. So this was a kind of a crazy move off that financing, $20.50, especially with the market. Welcome, Lenny. Yeah, the trial, yeah, the demo is just giving you a taste. It's certainly not, you won't really be able to do too much with the demo. It just gives you a bit of a taste. All right, IMGN. However, there's that 200-day moving average. So is this shortable? Yes, it is. So this could be interesting right around here, guys. I mean, if it pops through, all bets are off. But I mean, there is the 200-day moving average, 427. So will that 200-day moving average stall it? You look right there. Also, a couple of days in that area. I'm just trying to see if there is Immunogen announces inducement grants, etc. Guggenheim has upgraded them also. So there are some inducement, that is the press release this morning for IMGN. It's a big float, 173 million in the float for a $4 stock, so that is a big float. Well, just okay, but Chris, just because a stock is exploding in the pre-market doesn't mean it's going to continue. So, you know, I have scans that I share, pre-market gaps, you know, and that's what we talk about. The room opens at 9. We talk about the pre-market, the ones that have gapped up or down. Doesn't absolutely mean, of course, that once the market opens, they're going to explode. I wish it were that simple. Okay, so far nothing in my watch list is triggering. And things have settled down a little bit. Not getting as many alerts. All right, here's another earnings play. SGH is an earnings play. Very, very choppy looking daily chart. What's it doing? Not that much volume. It's a low float though, 13 million in the float. Haven't seen this one for a while. This used to be a super active stock, SGH. Haven't seen it in quite a while. But, you know, look, it's just choppy, hard to gauge the direction. However, look at the market. So if we continue like this, we are going to have some incredible bounce plays. If we continue like this, you know, you're going to see a lot of stocks that were just beaten up in the pre-market that are going to recover, beaten up only because of the overall market conditions. But if the market rallies like this, we will certainly see a lot of stocks rallying. Could be my favorite day, yes. Yeah, well, Chris, the more the merrier. All right, so there's the first alert from my, now let's see, what sort of room does this have? I mean, Look at that monthly chart. So the next high, looking left on the monthly chart, is $9. So 9 might be tough to get through, but if it can get through 9, then wow, I mean, you got 1066 on that monthly chart. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the volume is decent. I'm sure we'll probably do 1 million shares today. It's a low float, 21 million in the float. But of course, a lot is going to depend on what the market does from here. Is this just the first 15 minutes breather? Or will we continue a little bit higher? Will we continue to recover? How do I scan for trend? Well, I'm not a big swing trader, number one, but I mean one of the scans that I am sharing is called trend reversals. If you click on the scans tab. One of them is called trend reversals. I'm gonna find it. Trend reversals up. You can take a look at some of the alerts that you're getting from there. These are stocks that have maybe been beaten down a little bit, but also everything on my watch list is a potential swing. All right, potential. I mean, you have to look at the charts, see how much room there is on the daily, weekly, and monthly. See how much room they have. I mean, you can take like any alert you're getting, you can take a look at it. I mean, if it looks good on the daily, weekly, and monthly, they become potential swings. The only thing I will not do is I'll never hold through earnings. So it's always good to see when a stock has earnings. And I also, want to see where that 200-day moving average is. I don't want it to be sitting just above it. But, I mean, swing trading, day trading, it's a mindset. Now, remember I was talking about the IMGN? Looks like it is going to have a tough time getting through that 200 days so far. And swing trading in this environment, I mean, listen, I'm not saying, obviously you pick the right ones, it's amazing. I say I'm not much of a swing trader, but if you go into the swing trading tab, you might see some people offering some ideas. I see it's empty right now. That swing trading tab that I created for those of you who want to discuss swing trading ideas, been pretty inactive for the last 3 weeks. All right, now again, unfortunately, this is not shortable for me. This was ripe for a short XTNT. It just is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, unfortunately. So, yeah, Brian, I mean, it's just a matter of there's that 200-day moving average is looming above it. Kind of take it out. If it takes it out, you're right. Looking left, 430s. Or actually, what is that? 429 is the next high looking left, which is basically just at that 200-day. If it can get through that, I will stick a price alert there. If it can get through that, you're right, it has a shot up to the 450, 460 mark. No AI alerts yet. One moment, please. Bed Bath & Beyond continues. There's sort of a red bar ignored right there. I have an alert set at the high of yesterday for BBBY. Had earnings yesterday. I didn't love the way it traded yesterday, but if it takes out yesterday's high, I think a lot of people will be very interested in it. I don't think it has very much. See, check on the monthly chart, see where there is resistance. Yeah, I mean, if it takes out 20, it's got a little bit of room. IDT, wow, yeah, it actually took out, went up to 911. More Titans players, or is that the old news, Zach? All right, BBBY teasing us right at 20. So this is from yesterday. I kept this one overnight. This is now turning into a swing trade. CTIC. This is in the simulator. I'm going to go over a lot of this in about half an hour. How you can use this as a simulator for practice trading, not just day trading, but also if you want to practice swing trading using our real-time data. And there's the CTIC. All right. Wow. Okay. Good fill for me. I don't know how. It's a bit of a spread issue, but I got into the IDT 910. We'll see how. All right, guys. I had to do it. I'd take some out at 940. 940. Yeah, in the 940 range from 910. That's the IDT. I just wanted to see how well it held. Was holding over 9, and I thought, yeah, it looks pretty good. So took it and quick pop. Just give me a second here. I just want to get the alert up here. Ah. Okay, MICT just got halted. So MICT just got halted. Now this, let's see, what is it going to open at? MICT. This could be a great open. I'm seeing 438, 438. It's halted at 413. And this will have some room. right, just holding on here to see if it has another pop in it, IDT. All right, I'm all out of it. A little bit of profit on the last little bit. Gonna wait on it again, see if I get back in. Yeah, that's the IDT. So what I want to do here is I want to put an alert right about, say, around 9:23 or so for the IDT. Ah, the market. Look at the market. Oh, this could big rally in the market here. Well, here's our answers. Well, sort of. I mean, look at Bed Bath & Beyond did get over 20. It's just dropped down again. I'm going to stick an alert over 20 again. Ugh. Look how whippy this is. I mean, okay, you have a pre-market high of 33.24. Then it goes all the way down to 29.36, and it has rallied. NN06. NN06. NNOX. Okay, guys, LAC. Oh, it just showed up here. LAC. It's just taken out the last 2 days' highs. Let's see if it can get over 13. Key number to get over 13. Sticking a little around 1305. Yeah, it's too late for me. Shoot. Yeah, there's the cross you're talking about, real 24.28. A little too late. All right, LAC is over 13. Will it hold? Will it hold over 13? Well, I'd like to see just a little bit of a base. Okay, guys. Well, I'm watching this. I'm in it. I'm definitely in kind of scalp mode today. The LAC. All right, I've just taken some out around 1337.38 from 1310. I think the way it was holding over 13, I would have rather had a little more of a base, but I'll take what the market is going to give me. And if you're wondering why I don't put these in immediately, the reason is that some of these are just moving so quickly that I don't have a chance. I have to keep watching, otherwise I might miss it. Okay, boy, lots happening. Just All right, lac. So a couple of nice winners so far from my watch list. 1293 lac, 1353, 885 in the IDT. Got up to 952. So let's say a couple of good winners. I wasn't sure what we'd get. But look at the market. Market is in big rally mode now. All right, guys. Well, if you took this one anywhere close to where I got it, just over 13, it's a big winner for us. That's the LAC. Well, MICT is actually halted, so we'll see what happens on the open. IC 450, 450. And this is obviously going to be at least a 10-minute halt for MICT. Yeah, yeah, guys, you have to understand. My wife works from home too, so she's on calls all day long. So that's the background noise that you hear. Okay. All right, guys. Well, if you took the lac with any size, we can all go back to bed now. Okay, now, guys, if you know how I trade, you know that I'm always conscious of that whole number. So I am. I have a little bit left, but not much of the lac. Every time a stock gets near a whole number, I kind of get a little queasy. So I don't have very much left, but I still have a little bit just in case it does something really crazy. Just trying to get my. I do this for my video that I'll be doing later on. All right, so MICT opened and a nice open for it after the halt. MICT, so this was a 10-minute halt. Here's our halts resumed. So you can see it got halted at 9:59 plus 26 seconds. It opened 10 minutes later. Usually they're 5-minute halts, but for some reason this was a 10-minute halt. Well, guys, I was my only swing trade, as you guys probably know. I was gagging a little bit this morning on the IPOB, but it is now coming back. But you know, this has been typical of virtually a lot of stocks in the market, just mirroring what the SPY is doing. How do you see it? We have a Halts Resume scanner. One of the scans that I'm sharing. Are you a subscriber, David? Okay, so it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Just click on either the scans tab or click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, click on download, and all the scans I'm sharing will go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at them. Okay, so IDT did not continue. I was all set to get back in this one. But I was involved in the lack, so I had to devote my attention to lack, and then it dropped. So too bad, boy. This was would have been an awesome short. I thought that news was okay, great, debt restructuring, but no AI alerts yet. So I'm just going to flatten this that trade right there, the CTIC. I'm going to flatten, get out. Sort of a red bar ignored for NNDM. Let's see what sort of resistance there is. NNDM, you can see right there, red bar ignored. Whoa, this has got room, guys. NNDM has got some room. 328 is the next high looking left. Look at that big and a nice big bottoming tail. So if you're unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, there's a green candle. The red candle is, it may not be 100% totally engulfed because these highs might be the same. Yeah, they're the same, but look at the bottoming tail. So the theory being you have a trend, uptrend, not that it's a super uptrend, it's only one candle, a pause, and then a continuation. And again, the significance of a big bottoming tail means that the sellers were trying to knock this down, but the buyers at least closed it here, and now the buyers, at this point anyway, are in control. And then when you look left, you can see that 2 days ago, this stock got up to 327, and it's a very, very low float. So it's already traded the float. 4.4 million shares are traded, only 4 million in the float. Emily Squirrel sounds like something out of a children's book. Now, guys, ITT is maybe not over. Well, the market continues. So far, not one red bar on the 15-minute once the market opened. All right, PLSE. Fred is talking about PLSE. Again, Fred, you're always these. It just doesn't have any volume yet, man. All right, so this is a relatively recent IPO, I guess. Beam, BEEM, not the other one, not the BEAM. And it's almost at a, there's the all-time high, so I guess this was its IPO day on the 15th of September. And guys, there goes NNDM. Off that red bar ignored. The trigger was 248. It's just a name change, thank you. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really recall it being an IPO, but it was the price. I thought, okay, it's possible it was an IPO just because of the price up here. Thank you for the clarification, though. Ah, EVSI, okay. All right, so I do have a little bit of the lack left just in case it does something really crazy. The LAC. And then DM, guys. Now, CEMI. I really have a distaste for this stock. Anyway, they did say they had FDA approval. But the market doesn't care. Just doesn't care. If you're wondering why we're somewhat fixated on this stock, we were waiting for a long, long time for this to really break out of here. Look at ENLV, guys, now. You can see, look at the weekly chart. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, kind of 5 areas, right around 6. Just waiting for it to really break out. It never did it. Of course, we were hoping if it did, then it has, had a shot to get up to 10. All right, Dillard's. And the other thing, of course, you know me, I love stocks that are near the whole number. And I mean, there's the 200-day. It's about $1 away. It's had a good run, pretty good run for a retailer. Wow, there's IDT right back up. Bit of a tough one though for me. I mean, it got all the way back down to 879. Yeah, look at the spread. It's a tough spread for Dillard's. 55.81. I mean, listen, if it drops $1 or two, that won't matter, but that's kind of keeping me out of it. 55.30, yeah, 38.55, 38.80. I mean, it has that look, but yeah, I mean, If you could handle the spread early, I mean, now it's tightening up a little bit, 47.68, a little bit. Oh no, hey, did I? Chris, you didn't tell me about, you forgot to tell me about JKS. I'm going to have to put an alert at 10 o'clock for JKS. Well, look at IDT now, guys. I'm not back in it, unfortunately. Wow, look at this move right there. And look at the volume now. And that actually was a big red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart right there. Look at that red bar ignored with the big bottoming tail. Trigger would have been around 9:30, 9:36. Wow. Feel very foolish now. Not that I. There's over $1 now, 8.85. Got up to what, 9.96. Yeah, well, it's definitely channel topping. Plus, almost more importantly, I mean that 10 level, that's such a psychological number to try to get through. So Ryan, if the picture is fuzzy for you, they're within in the YouTube. I cannot. I'm not sure exactly where it is, but there's a way in which you can get your resolution to say 1080. Okay, I think that's the issue when you log in, because it should not be fuzzy. What? We actually have a little red bar forming. Maybe. The gear icon in YouTube. Okay, so Ryan, there's the gear icon in YouTube, and there's a way in which you can get a better resolution. What a morning! CTIC continues to move. I did get out of the trade in the simulator. I mean, this still has room. I mean, look at that monthly chart for CTIC. All right, now Bed Bath and Beyond again over 20. I have an alert set for about 2036 to see if it takes out yesterday's high. This could be one of those second day continuation on her. I mean, obviously it is. Just didn't like the way it traded yesterday. I hated that sell off at the end of the day. All right, guys. Well, there it almost is. What are we talking about here? 2037, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm just waiting to see if it can take out 14. You know, I have a piece left. Takes out 14. Could continue to run. To check to see where there's look at IDT. Well, this is not. I'm going to say there goes Bed Bath and Beyond, guys. Wow, what a day! Meanwhile, ENLV, another one that is just surging here, coming back. Mentioned this one probably right around. Yeah, I remember. I think it was 913 that I mentioned it. Another one had a crazy day. 1185, sell it all the way off. 874. So basically a $3 drop. Okay, so I did have this on my watch list. It had to take out the high of yesterday. Let's see if it can continue. All right, there we go, guys. Lack. All right, guys. Just waiting on the lack. I mean, if it gets down below 14, I'll probably exit the last little bit I've got. But William's here. I guess he's at his daughter's house, and he is now posting as Emily Squirrel. Okay, but he is here. Wow, 10:34. What a morning. Okay, guys. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I share my screen and I am live on the mic. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I am sharing a lot of scans. If you click on in this room, if you click on the scans tab, you will see all of the scans that I'm sharing. You can click on the room drive icon, scans that I share, click on download. That'll take you to a Word document. You can take a look at all the scans. If you see something you like, all you have to do is copy the scan. When you've copied it, then from the toolbar, click on File, load from Cloud, and it'll show up right in here, and then you load it. Before I talk about other links and all, I do want to talk about a subscription to Trade Ideas. So you can, if you're not a subscriber yet, show you how you can become one. All right, so if you click, there is the promo code. Wow, look at LAC. There's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off. All right, if you click on my homepage link, you'll also see it there. And you have some other good links. So if you click on Get Trade Ideas, there's the promo code, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. Premium, $22.68 a year. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 15%. The big difference, wow, LAC, guys. This is turning into a super winner. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI, which I'm going to go over. That's why if you're wanting to get premium, it's because you want to have access to our AI. You don't have to start off with an annual plan. You can have a monthly plan. You never have to go to annual if you don't want to. This is not really a contract. It's just month to month. So you can take out a standard, 118 less that 15%, or the premium, 228 less the 15%. Again, that discount only applies to the first month. If you decide you want to upgrade from, say, standard to premium or from monthly to annual, you can do so and we will honor the promo code. I'm going to go over some of the other links on that page. All right, so you can also sign up for the Trade of the Week that's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily recap. It's going to be a fun one today. I do a daily recap. You can sign up for them right there. This is a great link. Click on this link. Lots of training links, and probably one of the more important links is the 20 short lessons. 20 short lessons in 20 days. I'm going to put that link in there. Oops, sorry about that. I think Okay. I'm going to put that link in there because if you're new to Trade Ideas, If you are new to Trade Ideas, this is a great link, I think, for you to click on. Starts with all the basics. What is a top list? How to build one? What's an alert window? Going over all of the basic features of Trade Ideas. If you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, you can take a look and you can see, again, what some of the basic features that we have to offer. Okay, so the 20 lessons in 20 days. The daily support session. So this is the format. I moderate the YouTube feed from 9 to noon, and then from noon to 1, one of the other traders takes over, and then I resume moderating from 1 to 3. So I take a break in the big room between 12 and 12:30. So if you wanted to go into the YouTube feed, you could do that. You could go then. And here's how you just join right there. Of course, here's the link for the free room. You're already in it. Daily webinars. We have webinars Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. And educational videos. A lot of educational videos right there. And now I do want to go over the AI. So this is what the AI is all about. We have what we call 50 baseline strategies. The AI waits for the market to close every day, and then gets to work with an optimization routine, running through all 50 strategies, optimizing them. And that's what happened last night. And these were the ones that made the cut. Okay, why they made the cut shouldn't really concern you. These are the ones that made the cut. Right, profit factor, win percentage combination, etc. If you have the AI or our premium service, of course, then you'll have the AI. What I would do is this. From the toolbar, I would click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price. It's real-time entry price. You have a stop, and basically you manage the trades as you see fit. All right, I want to talk now about Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. If you can only access it if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available yet. To access it from the toolbar, click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and here's your window. So the Brokerage Plus window can be used in one of two ways. If you have an interactive broker's account right now, you can use this window to trade your account. I'm going to put a link in. But before I start all this, you don't need to use Brokerage Plus to use Trade Ideas. It just is, if you have an interactive broker's account, you can set up, things like one-click trading and things like that, but it's not mandatory at all. So the video that I'm just putting in explains exactly how you can use Brokerage Plus with your interactive broker's account to trade using the Brokerage Plus window. Now, the other big way to use Brokerage Plus is if you're new to trading, use it as a simulator, paper trader. Okay? It doesn't matter what brokerage account you have. It's using our real-time data. And it's very simple to do. Once you load Brokerage Plus, just go to the Connect and check Simulated Trading. So how to do it? All you do is you just click on an alert, and you'll notice that the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, pick the price you want to get in at, If you're shorting it, you sell it, and if you're going long, you buy it. And Bed Bath & Beyond performing great since the break of the high of yesterday. So I'm going to take a trade. I just want to show you how it's done. All right, let's just take this trade, okay? I mean, this had a huge day yesterday, but it sold way off, SLDB. So let's take a couple hundred shares, and we're going to buy it right at the market. You're going to buy it at the market because the spread was only a penny. Okay, so that's how easy it was. I just took that trade, 390. Now, put a stop in. Always have a stop. Of course, your stop should know what your stop is before you get into the trade, but I'll put a stop there. Looks like that's pretty good support, 364. So I can add the stop. And you will see that the stop appears right on the chart now, right there. So if I allow this trade to go down to 363, it'll take me out for a $53 loss. If the trade starts really working well, I can use this like a trailing stop. I can just move that line up to areas on the chart that make sense. You know, that it's such that if it broke down through that support area, I probably should be out of the trade. I can also put in a target. No, he's posting as Emily Squirrel today. So let's just put a target of 425. Again, I'm just, making these up just to show you how you can do it. So now you see you have a target line on the chart. So if it got up to 425 and you allowed it to take it out automatically, you'd be up 71, down to 361, you'd be out 57. You can move these, but of course you can move these lines. Now, you don't have to use the chart, of course, to get out of the trade. All you have to do, if I wanted to get out of this trade right now, I just highlight it and I flatten. Flatten means sell. Get out of everything. I could get out of half, or I could double my trade. Or I could go in here and I could pick how many shares I wanted to trade and the price I wanted to get out at. Okay, so if you're new to trading, I really recommend before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. All right, guys. Well, this has been a very interesting day. We've had the gap up, or sorry, we had the big gap down. We've had a rally, a little bit of a red bar there, but not too serious yet. This is a green candle, so it looks like we're still in mini rally mode anyway. You can start shorting it when I get out of it. I'm kidding, of course. You can short anytime you want. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute just for a second here. Okay. All right. Well, now I can start looking for other little setups like little crosses, highs of channels, things like that. I haven't really been paying that much attention to that yet because too many great things happening with the lack and even this one, IDT. I wish I'd still been in it for a bit, but I don't know, Brian. It's still there's no reason yet to get out of it. I mean, I've already sold off one little piece, a bigger piece here, so I do have some left. My doubts about it taking out 15, of course, but I'm in at excuse me, I'm in at 13.10, so there's no complaint if it doesn't take out 15. 13.10, Chris. There is another. I should give you a link for the other. Well, I call it the other room. It's sort of what I call the main room. If you can see my screen, you can see there was the alert at 12:93. This is my watch list. But I waited for a. I always wait for a break of that whole number. Yeah, nobody has ever told me that I sound like Bill Murray. Never. It's funny. Be the ball. Be the ball. Okay, guys, there's SLDB, maybe taking out four. True, but it's a line from the movie. Keep an eye on this SLDB. I mean, if it really takes out four, I mean, you just have to look left. It does have room. And of course, the CTIC continues. This is the one. I mean, look at the room left for CTIC. It's a modest float, 66 minutes, so certainly not a low float. It's pretty big actually for a $3 stock. Yeah, 8 EMA and the 20 SMA. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for in crosses. Again, I haven't been able to pay attention to anything like that today. Had a bit of a savage day yesterday, though. I mean, look at where it got up to 613. I mean, it's not inspiring, confidence inspiring. Got up to 610, and look where it closed. I mean, 340. And it's trying to come back. Well, it's funny, because I mean, today Bed Bath and Beyond is having a way better day in terms of pattern than yesterday. It's way less erratic so far. I mean, I don't want to give it the kiss of death, but I mean, it's just not whipping up and down like yesterday. All right, guys, I'm just the CTIC. Boy, I mean, it's any news on it? I don't know if it has any news. It's had a great week. I mean, look at this, from $1 to 3. I mean, that's what a week. I'm not really sure I saw any news on this. Yeah, I was like, well, LAC looks like it's over for a while anyway. So I'm all out of it now, guys. I had to watch that. Again, I did not think it could get through 15, not easily anyway. So I'm out the last. Just underneath 1450. All right. Now I am starting to look for for tops. I'm just keeping an eye on this bar here, this green bar, to see if it remains, see if it takes out the high there, or does it start to sell off? All right, guys. So this is a real interesting one. Of course, they did their one for 33 reverse split a while back. It just collapsed after that, but it's having a bit of a day. Yeah, I liked it real, but I was just too wrapped up in other stuff, and I didn't like that spread at the beginning anyway. It was about a 30 cent, 40 cent spread when I first saw it. But yeah, congrats. I mean, obviously very good. No, this is shortable now. Oh, it just got halted. JE just got halted. So JE just got halted. Meanwhile, CTIC just is inching its way up. Well, it's got halted on the way up. So, I mean, you can't absolutely know, but usually, what we've seen over the last couple of years, that first halt can be pretty good. In other words, it will pop after the first halt, but there's no guarantee. Plus, you can't do anything about it right now because it's halted, so you just have to wait for it to open. But you see it got halted on the way up. And the halt, this is a volatility halt, okay? It's not a news halt. So a volatility halt, you just math. The computer kicks in and halts it. Usually it's a 5-minute halt, bit of a breathing period. So if it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 11:05 plus 14 seconds. Yeah, so I mean, here was a halt for MICT. So it got halted right there. It did pop up, but after that, it just dropped. So I mean, there's no way of knowing 100% what's going to happen after a halt. But I mean, the initial reaction was pretty good. I mean, it did. There was where it was halted at 411. It did get up to 468. Ooh, that was shortable too. Yeah, I mean it's got room. Remember now, this is a reverse split that happened. I can't remember when, maybe back about 4 or 5, 6 days ago, sometime last week, I believe. A 1 for 33 reverse split. So the stock, before the split, that's a 16-cent stock, okay? And now, okay, we have the float has been adjusted. It just went away. Just a second. There we go. Okay, so the float has been adjusted, so that's the new float. I don't know. You don't think it adjusted? I don't know if it adjusted. Because remember, this is like a pre-split price now. It would have to get up to, these would be the highs. So divide that by 33. And that would be the old highs. No, it was not 11. It was a penny stock. It was like 20 cents. Yeah, 29 cents. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, no. So I after split price was 11. Anyway, bottom line, be careful. I'm just looking to see where it's stacking up. I don't really see a big. Weight Watchers, guys. What's Weight Watchers going to do? All right, so wait, I don't love the daily. I remember putting it on my watch list. It was sort of a, it's kind of a choppy looking daily chart. It's a little bit better. I think I put it on the watch list just in case it really had a run there on the weekly chart. It has, a shot at getting to 25. I don't mean today, and it may never happen. But looking at this daily chart, though, I'm not in love with it. All right, JE just opened, and what happened? So really not much. Had a little pop, but not much. Go-Go is going, guys. Go-Go. Now JE is moving. Look at Go-Go. Wow, Go-Go. Yeah, I can see if Go-Go takes out this area right around here, this has some serious room. So the highs of 2 and 3 days ago, it's right there. And then you look left, 1024. You look left, 1057. Wow, look at JE now, guys. So that was a delayed reaction. Wow, look at Go-Go, guys. That went racing through all these areas. Now, I'm sure this is above all the channels. But something is causing this. I mean, there's some serious volume coming into it. Yeah, okay, so the high is 1060 right there. If we can call that resistance for Go-Go. Well, it's definitely resting. Interesting. I tried to do a test short of it at 37 when the bid was 37, and I did not get a fill, instant fill, and it was sitting there. Interesting. So I yanked it. All right, guys. Market looks like it's going to. Wow, I'm going to put an alert here at the market 335. See if it takes that out. And it looks like it's trying. There's a big bottoming tail there. See if it just wants to resume. This is going to help a lot of bounce plays. Well, JE. Yeah, it's too erratic for me. All right, Weight Watchers chugging its way up here. So it's taken out yesterday's high. That's the only reason this shows up. One of the filters has to be above yesterday's high. You know what? LAC doesn't look completely dead. I'm not in it anymore, but LAC does not look dead. I mean, it had that red bar, but it's yeah, it got down to what, about 14 something. Actually, 13, yeah, just underneath 14. But it is putting in a nice recovery. Interesting. On a day in which I thought we'd have a lot, I mean, hardly any new lows on a day like today. Yeah, well, good luck, Chris. This is boy, look at this 15-minute chart. Good luck. You know that percentage, yeah, 81 to 19. You know, probably. Well, I would have a higher, obviously, percentage here, but yeah, I mean it's a good gauge on what the market's doing. All right, guys, I'm just on mute a bit here. I'm just following a discussion in our tech support. Well, IDT was not dead either. Look at IDT making a new high. Only have two earnings plays on my scan, IDT and the other one SGH. SGH actually is trying to recover here. Nice little move here. Did not like that daily though. Wow, BBBY guys. I was a little worried about what was going to happen in my watch list today based on what the market was doing, but no worries. Now, for those of you new wondering about what the watch list is all about, this is constructed once the market closes. Then I get to work to construct the watch list for tomorrow. So what happens is, what you see here, these are the symbols that have triggered from the big watch list that I've got. The watch list has maybe 30 stocks on it, but of course I don't want them all to trigger, so I put some filters in and hopefully only extracting the quote-unquote good ones from the watch list. So once the market closes today, I'll take a look at my big watch list with all the symbols in it. I'll click on every symbol, check to see what they did today, how they look going forward on a daily, weekly, and monthly chart to see if there's still some room. If I think that they still have some room, then I'll carry that symbol over to tomorrow from Monday's watch list. So there will be some symbols that will remain from today's watch list on Monday's watch list. Then I get to work. I've got about 10 scans that I look at. And I just go through symbol by symbol by symbol by symbol, checking the daily, weekly, monthly to see whether or not I think a stock has some room to go. And that's how the watch list is constructed. All you have to do is click on New, Channel Bar, and My Watch List. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 11:18. So I'm not getting any new alerts now. And again, if you're wondering what the difference is between, say, this watch list up and the watch list repeating, also here, the no repeat, no repeat. So this allows me, this is the no repeat version of this. This allows me to go look back and say, okay, great, I had an alert for IDT at 9:49. The price was 8.85. That was the alert. What did it do afterwards? You know, I can see how well or poorly an alert, what happened. So this here, this will show you every time a stock makes a new high or a new low. So for instance, the BBBY, you just see it's making a new high. There was the original alert at 10.29. The price was 20.37. So obviously doing pretty well. And well, the LAC was awesome. 12.93, 14.73 now. And this is the same right here. This will show you over and over and over again when a stock makes a new high. This is the first time, for instance, AVYA is showing up. So 1687, you know, so you can go kind of go back. It's wow. In fact, this one's pretty interesting. You know, if it takes out 17, this has room, I believe. Let's see, if it takes out 17, look left on that monthly chart. Yeah, this has got some room. AVYA, so I'm going to stick an alert. I'm going to stick an alert at 17. See, it shows up. Really simple to use our price alerts. This is the price alert window. Just got to find you. There you are. Wow, IDT right back up. Now that's been pretty whippy, but it is right back up. So yeah, so this is the price alerts window. So what I do is I minimize it. I sort on the triggered column. And so, and I can put a sound alert. I put a sound alert on it. And then I minimize it. So if I get an alert, the column, this box will pop up on my screen. I will hear it in case I don't happen to be at my computer. So I'll hear it. And I'll see it right at the top because of the way I have it sorted. And it'll start off with a sort of a darker yellow and fade. So cannot miss it. Other thing you can do, we have these different columns. If you put a price alert in, you can then sort on the dollar alert column. That'll show you how far away the stock is from your alert. As an example, so if you sort on it and you see, hey, I'm only a penny away, maybe you take the trade right now, if it seems to be setting up. Wow. Powerful, powerful stock here. LAC, lithium, guys. AVYA guy, wow, it's getting. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was 1789. I thought it popped through to 17. It was. serious rippage in IDT. Again, it was a little too choppy, for me to hold on. But there, that break right there on the 2 minute, that could have got me in. That bottoming tail would have caused me a little anguish, but where does it show Mizo? What list are you talking about? This one, that's semi, CEMI. Are you talking about right there? I don't have Mizo on my list. Oh, here, down here. I'm sorry. Down here. Um, yeah, I don't know why. I mean, I may have made some. I think what happened is I might have made a change in the count. You might have a count of 60 still. I changed it to 45. Yeah, Fred. I mean, I see what you're looking at. I just can't get too excited on it with 28,000 shares traded. Anything could happen. All right, AVYA now. But you were in chase mode. That's the problem. We're in absolute chase mode now for AVYA, and this is probably hitting a few channels right at the top. See, this would have been an excellent had I seen it. An excellent cross right there, 1654. The ADMA crossing above the 20 SMA right there on the 2 minute chart. Yeah, it's been changed to the Trader's Vault, Manju. Okay, it was renamed quite a while ago. Trying to get rid of the cutesy names. They don't make any sense to anybody. So, wow, that's just but one big wow on the lack. Yeah, I'm interested in shorting this also, but I'd like to see it definitely take out. I'm not going to do it now. I want to see it maybe get down to 1693 or so. Take out 17. But I'm not going to do it yet. All right. Well, let's see how it does. I'm probably just scalping this because it's strong. I'm talking about the Via. So Jeremy, there were no alerts from the AI until at least 9:35. Okay. Today's alerts and nothing, not bad one, I guess. Only three alerts today. The first one was at 10:25, but there's no, it changes from day to day though. Well, for me, I wanted to see take out the whole number. That's all. No, it's I got to be very careful here because I mean this is a strong stock. Guys, okay, I'm just watching the AVYA. I want to see if I can get back underneath 17. This doesn't look good. Not yet, anyway. Just looking to see if I can get that ask under 17 again. Mm-hmm. I see that now, real yes. I was more mesmerized by the channel. I will. I mean, I'm in at 1696, so I mean, I'm not. Come on, do something. Thomas, it's 11:33, so I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Andy will be taking over the YouTube feed from 12 to 1. Guys, I'm just waiting on this one to see if it can get into the 80s. Okay, well, the good news, a couple little topping tails here. Okay, let me quickly get this in here. You too, Manju. I'm exhausted. What a day it's been. You know, this WWR, now this was, yeah, this is, I guess this is lithium. Yeah, okay, so this is a smaller one. I mean, it really has lagged. You know, when all those lithium, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, it went from $1.37 up to 3.38, and you know, when all the lithium plays were going crazy. So maybe now this is a super low float. Compared to the LAC, let me tell you what the LAC is. Yeah, so the LAC has got 55 million in the float. So, of course, what might be happening is traders getting out of the LAC and now starting to chase this one with a low float. Anything could happen. You can see it got up to 428 this week, that week. All right, so I would expect maybe a little bit of support around 1679 on that 2-minute chart. If not, I mean, if we get, no, I don't say lucky, but 1657 on the Avaya. Not from me, an Exxon, not from me. Yeah, I mean, you know, energy play. Yeah, I see for Payera development offshore. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't really trade the energy stocks very much. Yeah, I'm just noticing here. Yes, quadruple C and IMNM. Yeah, a couple of IPOs. All right, guys. So I'm getting closer to my break. I've already cashed out some of this AVYA. I mean, nothing unbelievable, but I would like to say pays for that extra topping on the pizza tonight. Getting closer, yes. Oh, I remember that one. I thought it was kind of a crazy one. What's the symbol, Luther? We don't have it on the Halts resumes. ASO, thank you. And one of the quirks about our Halts resumes is that many of the IPOs show up here as a resume. But for whatever reason, that one did not. ASO. We have been in what a lot of IPOs over the last 3 weeks. Woo, look at this red bar now, guys. Look at this red bar. Now that's a little ominous if it takes out the lows there. Then I'd be definitely watching your longs, especially if you've been playing them as a bounce. Okay, now when I come back from my break, well, of course, depending what the market's going to be doing, I'll be getting pretty keen about shorting some of these tops with the right setup, of course, especially if the market keeps doing this. All right, guys, 11:42. I'm pretty sure it's Andy on today. I will put in the link for the YouTube feed in case you guys want to spend some time in the YouTube feed starting at noon when I leave this room for half an hour. Andy is way more of a swing trader than I am. Oh man, anybody have shorts for this XTNT? I really did not like that press release. I thought it was pretty, well, I mean, it's okay, but debt restructuring, yeah, this just tanked right from the get-go. They're down $1 from the high and a 250 stock, big percentage. Yeah, it was not shortable. Yeah, I guess I'll call it not hard to borrow at IB. Yeah, but I mean, if I'm just not going to try to have them try to locate shorts for me. If that's the message I get, then I just don't even bother. Yes, ONCR. Yes, ONCR. So that's what I'm saying. There's ONCR. So as an IPO, it did alert in our resumes. Pretty key, I think, for the market to hold this area right there. Or when, you can see what I'm looking at right there. Holding this area. If not, then hard to know what will happen. But if it can hold this area and then get another green bar and start moving higher, give investors confidence to play the bounce plays still. Investors, traders. Never tried regarding IB. I've never tried. I mean, but by the time they do a locate for you, where could the stock be? Well, if I try to short it, something that's not shortable right now. You know what? I mean, a lot of times I get an announcement the next day that shares you have been trying to short are now available. So I just forget about it. If it's not available immediately, I just forget about it. All right, John. All right, John. So anybody wanting to practice trading, we give you $100,000 to practice. Okay, there. Okay, wow. I mean, this one has room too, guys. Look at the AD&T 1962. So it just triggered because it's above yesterday's high. That's why it triggered. I put it on the watch list, thinking, okay, if it did trigger and get above yesterday's high, and then look left, and look how much room it has on the weekly chart. I mean, the next high looking left is 1954. So I'm sorry, is it above that? Yeah, so I mean, it's even above that high looking left. So the next high looking left on the weekly chart is right up here at 22. So I mean, this has a chance, to keep running. Well, targets are up to you. I mean, I trade these more. I don't put targets. What I mean, and maybe it's just semantics, but what I look at is on that 2 minute chart, maybe a little resistance right around there. I mean, and now if we get really lucky and it could get down to 1640, 1650. I'm just looking at levels of potential resistance, pockets of resistance. I'm not calling that a target. It's just an area where I get concerned and I'll take some out. The real is going to tell me, well, that is a target. But just look at your charts. I mean, look at areas on the chart that appear, you have to get some chart reading experience, that look like there could be areas of resistance or support in this case. You're going short, so areas of support. Where might it have support? I can tell my voice is starting to fade here, guys, after a week. Good stuff, man, Joe. I hope have patience. It's I don't know if you're a brand new trader also, or you're just new to trade ideas, but have some patience. I appreciate that, John. So new to trade ideas or new to trading also? Hmm. Well, this looks like it wants to continue. The problem is, of course, it's a little extended on the 2 and the 5. So but it does look like it wants to continue. Yeah, that's absolutely, Lenny. And and use our simulator. Use our simulator to I don't know if you are using the simulator yet to practice trading. Are you aware that we have a simulator? Okay, I mean it's simple, right? I mean, but you have to be using the app. If you're using the web-based version, it's not available. But just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, here's your window, and then when you go up to Connected, and then check Trader to Simulated Trading, then you just do it. You see something you think, oh, I think I like that. I wonder if it makes sense to take the trade. Well, you'll see. You literally just click on an alert and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade, the price you want to get in at. If you're shorting it, you'll sell, and if you're buying it to go, you want it to go up, you buy. And then these are hotkeys. You want to get out of a position, you just flatten. You want to get it a half and double. So it's pretty simple, but I would practice. You can also, if you don't clear out your position at the end of the day, then it'll carry over like a swing trade. You can keep it for as long as you want. Guys, keep an eye on MISO now. Keep an eye on MISO now. This is my original. I actually traded this in the pre-market a couple of times. And this actually is. I read that press release. I didn't think it was the worst thing in the world. I thought it might have a bit of a recovery. I mean, it was wrong to begin with, but. And one moment, please. All right, guys. Okay, I just got a message here. I think Andy might be. All right, guys. Well, this is turning into a nice little short, the AVYA. So again, on that 2-minute chart, maybe some little bit of resistance here. I mean, the only reason I'm using a 2-minute chart is just for these crosses. Excuse me, to pick up these crosses, but I don't really look at the 2-minute chart for that much of a resistance area. But certainly the 5-minute, 1643, or actually maybe here. Well, it's about the same on the 5. So what real is saying, yeah, it's about the same, 1665. There's the VWAP. So it's almost, right in this area here. Well, I'm actually looking at it as a bounce, MISO. I mean, I think most of the damage has been done. I mean, look, it could fall from here, yes, of course. But I think most of the damage has been done. And in reading the press release, let me just see. You see, this is what confused me, okay? So, yeah, when I read this, it says plunges on this. Okay, man, oh man, I mean, that's it for their drug. But you see what it said? I mean, complete response letter. It said they voted 9-1 that the available data support the efficacy of it, et cetera, et cetera. But they just want another, recommended that they conduct at least one additional randomized control study, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, so to me, this didn't seem like the end of the world. Okay, and it's not like a drug failed. And then I also saw that soon after that, Wainwright, who I guess is tracking them, has maintained a price target on them of 19 to or not back have backed off from a 21 but to a 19 price target. So that's why I mean I took this in the pre-market. Right here I took it in the pre-market thinking it might even surge once the market opens. I took it twice. I mean I made money both times, but so that, maybe I'm being my bias is based on what I read in the news. Okay, guys, this is our uh-oh moment right there. Our uh-oh moment. So I'll be taking a break. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in the room. So I'm just going to put my announcement here. And listen, I may be completely wrong. I mean, I'm not taking this trade now. Okay, understand. But I am definitely interested. I wanted to see if it has a nice rally. I mean, in the pre-market, it did get up to 13. So I'm just kind of waiting. Okay, great, Andy. I see you in there. Okay, Andy, let's keep our fingers crossed. I will stop my.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you guys can hear me. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello, hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me know when you guys can hear me. This is the. Oh, great. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. Yeah, things are looking good so far. Knock on wood. All right, everyone. Welcome to the support webinar. This is the Friday edition, and I am Andy. I'll be walking you through the next. Not really walking you through, but I'll be here for the next hour, opening up my desktop and letting you guys ask any questions that you may have regarding the software. Perfect. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate it. Hi, Chris. How are you? Hey, and looks like time for the market to pull back a little here. Hopefully we won't have, if you're bullish, hopefully we won't have the old rainbow of death where you gap down and then you fill a portion of that gap and then you roll back over, basically the opposite of a horseshoe pattern to the upside. Doing good, Chris. Thank you. All right. The question panel is open, and for those of y'all who may be new that was watching the trading room with Barry, this is what we call our support webinar. We open it up for any questions that you might have about the software, or we can, it is Friday, so if you have all your questions answered about the software, we can dive into some market stuff for sure. A lot of stuff going on right now. A lot of macro stuff going on that can affect price action for sure. All right, guys, you guys are coming out of the blocks kind of slow. Thank you, Michael, for helping me out. Been having some issue with my live streaming the last couple of weeks, so I did upgrade what I thought was already fast internet. So hopefully, I'm not sure. They said it may take an hour, so we'll see what happens. But so far, so good. Knock on wood. Yeah, let's look at the market here, and it's been a stubborn market. Well, with big gap down today, and boy, we popped up. Never got anywhere near flat on the day, and ran right into our downward sloping 10-period moving average, which is kind of forcing the action here. So we'll have to see what happens. Hey, Mike C, how are you? HS, hello. All right. Always good to have Mike C in the house. Hey, Aja, how it goes, buddy? Doing good. Doing good. Thanks, everybody. I see a lot of regulars are definitely coming in here. And while we're waiting on the first question, we can talk. I said, if you guys have any stocks you want me to look at, I'll be definitely have Dawn of the Dead. Aja talks about. Yeah, I haven't looked at that one in a while. Let me pull that one up. I don't know if you're referring to the topless window Dawn of the Dead, or you're talking about your current state of mind or something. Sometimes on a Friday, I remember back when I was for years an avid trader. Yeah, Friday I kind of felt like Dawn of the Dead. That's for sure. Let's take a look at SunPower here. It's, the solar section has been doing really well lately. All you gotta do is pull up the TAN index and take a look, and you'll see that's been outperforming everything. The solar index. SPWR is one I got my eye on for possible. I thought I had put my alert back in there. I know what I did. I wiped it out for our webinar yesterday. I needed to clean my slate. But hoping I'll get a little pullback on that one to that level right there, because the other solars, sometimes I'll do that. I like to get, like Kramer would call it, best of breed or something like that. But first, solar is not doing a whole lot. It's definitely been run, and VSLR. Solar Edge is probably the leader in that industry. No, I was just talking about that. Yeah, I feel like, I would want to see a pullback in something like this. I know that this has definitely been the leader. You can see it's at all-time highs. Maybe I would put an alert somewhere at this breakout that it had. Maybe if we do get a pullback in the market like we're starting to see right now, maybe you can throw some alerts out there in case you do get a pullback on some of these solars. Yeah, but to answer your question, with this market environment, I'm not chasing anything. I let I'm either looking for things, maybe doing a little bottom fishing, maybe from this. I am in this APT. This was a trade of the week not too long ago. I got back in when it broke up on this day right here. I did sell one half of my position on the gap up this morning. That was too much of a gap not to take, but that's the kind of stuff if I'm going to be playing this market. Another one I'm in is urban. I've been talking about that in the webinars as well. It's holding up well. I bought it off the 50, off the 200 down here. So I've been in this one a while. That's one of those plays where I see my daughter doing things like shopping at Urban Outfitters and buying stuff online at Urban Outfitters, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna buy a little bit of this. I love that it had a big gap right here and it filled it. So we'll see what happens. Holding up well today so far, but it's running into definitely some big support here and that 20 period moving average. One that's not working out too well. I thought this one was from. It's not killing me. You can see I bought it on this day right here, but down a little bit in this, but it's not working. We'll see what happens there. This was one from Revenue Growth Fishing that, I like these stocks sometimes when they've been beaten up and they start to put in a nice base for like at least a month. I look for like at least a month long base, and then I'll give it a shot. Sometimes they take 6 weeks though. Going into the last quarter, good question. Those are typically, historically, have been great months. There's not anything in particular I look for. I'm never looking for something. Well, I can't say that. I'm definitely, looking for opportunity. But I'm not one of these kind of focus on a certain sector, any particular time of the year or something like that. There are stocks out there that tend to do best, and what do they call them? Cyclical stocks, I believe. It's been a long time, but yeah, I'm not one of those kind of guys. I like to look at individual stocks and play them on their own merits. I will look at the sector and how well it's doing, of course, but I'm not one that just because it's Christmas time's coming, going to go load up on a bunch of Amazon. That may be a very fruitful position to have, but I'm not going to do it just because of that. All right, come on, guys, leave me alone. Let me tell my wife. Poor wife got a tooth pulled yesterday, and she wants me to bring her a computer. Let her know that I cannot be doing it for the next hour. All right. Benjamin says, hi, Andy. I noticed in the Brokerage Plus order tab, if I get a copy and paste the data into Excel, the side column doesn't get copied. Okay. You know what? I'm going to ask you, Benjamin, on something like that. Yeah, I'm not good. I do export things to Excel occasionally, but it's definitely not my stronger suit. So I'm going to ask you to send that question to info@tradeideas.com. There are people there that are much more qualified than I am, and I put the email in there for you. Andy, why is the 15-minute chart is skewed if you add the pre-market and post-market data? Good question. Well, what happens is, say this moving average now and this JMAI that I'm looking for, trying to get that over that 10-period moving average. Now, this one probably won't have, let's just do it and find out. But if I add pre-market, you can see that 10-period moving average is so different looking than what we're looking at. And this is why we don't allow a lot of our filters to work in pre-market, because if we're allowing all these relative volume filters and volume in the 5 minute, or not volume in the 5 minute, but mostly relative volume filters and filters that you would like to use to calculate the trading day, the live trading day, if you're using the relative volume in pre-market, which is going to be very low, it can throw off your numbers in live market. And there's a lot of filters, especially the volume filters, that it can cause some really skewed data points in live market, because pre-market is so much lighter, in volume compared to what you see in the live market. Thus, it's going to throw off the numbers, okay? And so we purposely do that. Now, you can always run them on the chart. So, if you want to do pre-market and look at some of the indicators, those indicators are going to follow the pre-market action. But once again, if I take this and put it back on live, you can see it's a total different 10 period moving average there. So it's just logical. I mean, you're basically taking the data points in a portion of the market where the volume is so much less than what is normal. So obviously it's going to throw off a lot of the live data points. All right, let's take a look at some of these. Let's take a look at Dawn of the Dead real quick, see if anything's happening there. That one's had a nice little move. Okay, good. Let's take a look at this MISO. Yeah, trying to, there's your number there. Keep an eye at 12, so it did get above that level. Fred, I'm always leery of those big gap down numbers, because a lot of time what you'll see is they'll poke through the high to draw in more buyers, and then they'll just snap it right back down. But yeah, so far so good for you there. Yeah, some of these ones. See, SunPower. Yeah, that's a I mean, tough one, because when you look at it, you're thinking, oh gosh, that's extended, but then when you come over and maybe look at the weekly chart, you're going to see a total different picture. Well, let's look at even a monthly chart. You can see exactly where it's trading, and yeah, there you have it. So definitely looks like something that is trying to recover. It is in the lower portion of its lifetime range, so that's one I'm definitely keeping an eye on. But once again, after all those green bars, I would rather see it maybe pull back a little bit. Well, sometimes it's like I told my buddy the other day, because I started telling him about NEO back when, over here, and when it's trading around $13. And I was saying, I really got a good feeling about this one. I'm hearing some really good things, about their cars and the satisfactory report. It's actually higher than Tesla. And boy, you had a nice wedge there, a wedge break, and then you had another wedge break. So this is one that's really, moving higher. And if you feel like if you're not going to get that pullback, let's say you're saying to yourself, oh man, maybe I'll buy this thing if it pulls back to 19 or 20, comes down to these moving averages. Sometimes you don't get it. I mean, so what I like to do in a case like this is buy a half position, or maybe even a third of a position, with intentions of, if it pulls back, buying some more. So that's my point I was making on SunPower. If you feel like, oh, gosh, what if it doesn't pull back and just keeps going? It might do that. So if you just couldn't take it and you felt like it's going to play some catch up with the other solars, maybe you buy, like I said, a half of your position with intent to buy more if it pulls back. That's a strategy sometimes you could take. All right, let's. Airlines are going crazy today. Let's take a look at some of them. Yeah, Love just popped. Some volume coming in that. Yep, there's definitely probably some news out there in the airlines. UAL. Mm-hmm. Andy, how to use change from 10 period SMA 15-minute. Basically, I'm looking for stocks that jump and come back to within. Yeah, I think I may even have one. Let me see. I built that before, I think. Let's see. Pull back. Let me take a look here. Do I have one? And if not, it's okay. We can definitely build one real quick. I know it's in there somewhere. I just don't know what I called it. So good question. This is a great little exercise we can do. All right, let's. If you're looking for a pullback, let's look for a. You could build this actually in a top list or a T window. Let's build it in a T window first. We'll probably see a little more data in there. So let's. It's going to be tough because usually what I would do in a situation like this, looking for stocks that are at least up maybe like 1%, and they're pulling back to that area. So let's just go to window specific filters after we start from scratch, and let's put in price. Let's do above $5. Let's put in some volume parameters, and let's go with 10-day average, and we'll throw in 500,000 and change from the close. All right, so here's where I would come in, because obviously you want the stock up on the day. All right, if it's pulling back to its 10 period moving average, you want it up on the day. So let's just use 1%, and then we're going to do change. You see 10 period moving average on a 15 minute. So here we got, here's one what we want to use right there. We're going to add the filter, and then what I like to do is bracket it. So maybe you come in here and do a negative 0.05 and do a positive 0.05. So now we got that area bracketed, so as we know it's going to be right at or close to that 10 period SMA on the 15-minute chart. Very simple right here to do. And I would like it in a top list form, but you could always make this into alert form. So let's just let's add some columns in here, and then we'll fire it up here and see. So we definitely want to see symbol. Oh, symbol's already in there for us. Let's go change from the close. Let's add a relative volume. Definitely want price. Change from 10 SMA, and let's fire it up. We'll name it pullback to 10 SMA. Now, there's one other thing I think we need to do here, because right now we have it. I mean, this thing could be going sideways. Let's take a look at what we have, and then we'll take a look at some of the charts it's producing, and then we'll go from there. All right, and once again, if this was a very strong market up on the day, we would definitely be getting some more in here. But let's see if this is working. And there you have it. Now, if you do it in a top list, you're going to get some sloppy charts. Sometimes it's going to be coming up to the 10 period moving average. Sometimes they're going to be coming down to the 10 period moving average. But there's your 10 period moving average. So this is working, okay, showing us opportunity. Not a lot of relative volume, but not bad. Let's see. At least it's doing normal. Look, some more stuff just got in there. There you have one right there. It did go up this morning, got above like 38.79, and now it's been kind of going sideways right at its 10 period moving average. There you have it. So it is working. You're seeing all these stocks, they're up at least 1%. You can go down the column here and see this thing is working. And they're trading right at the moving average. Look at this market, crazy. Silver is actually in there, SLV. So I did not put an ETF filter in there, so you would be getting some ETFs in this situation. Bobby, so we know that one's been strong lately. Yeah, I can share it. Yeah, I'll definitely share it. Let me do this right here. I'm gonna name it just so you won't get it confused with a. Let me put intraday. And we'll share it right now. Pull back 10. And there you go. And you're welcome. All right. Let me see how. There you go, urban. That's what I don't want to see. Pop above that level. Rocket is another one I added yesterday on this move. The volume spurt that came in, nothing huge, but did pop above, its 10-period moving average. I think this is one you can. I'm basically flat in the thing. You can see on my plotter there, but. Yes, Fred, the markets did turn up a little bit. All right, looks like I'm caught up on all the questions. What do I think of LAC? I missed that one. All right, let's take a look. Well, it's strong. It's definitely strong. I mean, if I think I wish I had it, but nothing I would chase up here. But that doesn't mean it can't keep going. It's just not my style, obviously, to chase. That's what we call a go, pause, go right there. You had a little movement and then had a little inside day right there with a couple of wicks and broke through them. That was a great little breakout when you catch those on good volume. All right, question panel is open, guys, for anybody who wants to take a look. In the meantime, let's take a look at this revenue growth fishing. Been catching a lot of good ones in there. And there you see Rocket as well in there. Meso, yeah, I mentioned that, Fred. My thoughts on this is obviously on the daily chart, there's not a whole lot I can gauge off. Anytime you have a big gap down, like this, I would like to see it work itself out for maybe 3 or 4 days. My thoughts, if I bought it above this high, is I would not want to see it go back below that. Okay. I've seen too many cases where, now this is a good sign that, nice little tail there and moving higher. I have no idea what the news is, so I don't know anything fundamentally about this stock. But obviously the news was not good. Big gap down. So if you're looking at a day trade, that's the only advice I can give you, because like I said, I would need to see this work out for several days and see to give me a good gauge of what's going on right now. That previous high was 1231. Right now it's at 1239. There's a very good chance this could fall right back down into this range. So if I was in it, I would love for it to hold that 12 level, and that would be holding that 10-period moving average. But that's about the only advice I could give you, Fred, on that one right there. I can't give you any longer term holds because yeah, I need to see the candles probably for the next 3 or 4 days. I'm never one to buy a stock on a big gap down like that for a swing trade anyway. Like I said, I need to see more candlesticks. All right, guys. Question panel is open. Apron. Can't get anything going. Not seeing a whole lot of good stuff on that. Dawn of the Dead. Cliff is poor GE, man. That thing. I kind of like this. I tweeted this out yesterday. You know, this nice little trend break in the XRT. That's kind of what you call a kind of a flag pattern there, breaking out of a flag pattern. Tried to gap back down today, and oh, look at that volume bar coming in there. Interesting. So definitely helping out my urban. Andy, what do you think about using margin during day trading? I will if you have, let's see, if you have size position correctly, you might never end up over your cash and hence no margin usage. Yeah, now I've always used margin. And it's great to use in day trading because it's there. You're going to be, if you're a pure day trader, you're going to be out of everything at the end of the day. So I would always take advantage of margin. You got what, 4 to 1. Uh, I mean, it's nothing wrong with using it. It's not. I don't consider it dangerous because you're right there. You're watching your stocks. You're getting out. So no, I was always using using margin. I mean, usually pretty much my whole career day traded. I would trade like $100,000 account, and that'd give me 400,000 buying power, and that's. And there was times where I would use it all, but it's nice to have. There are many times where I didn't, use it all either. I mean, I'm not gonna just use it to be using it. The conditions have to be right. And I think a lot more people should consider, if you have that kind of money, laying around where you're not using it, maybe uh, you should consider doing like swing scalping. That's can be really profitable. We're doing it. Me and three of the other guys are trading a little fund right now that we've been building up. We've actually doubled it since January, and we're not day trading. It's all swing trading. So you can do very well, swing trading, looking for those setups, and then riding them for a few days. Neo was probably a great example of one that my best trade in there so far. Uh, Breaking out of this kind of a wedge pattern that it had right here. I had a pretty decent size, and boy, got a nice 3 day move there. That's a huge percentage. And there's other stocks that do this all the time. You just got to find the right ones. Uh, but because I can't tell you. I know what it's like to be a day trader, and so many day traders would have bought on this day and scalped it for 20 or 30 cents and been happy, and then but it went another, gosh, what, $6. So uh, yeah, you get 2 to 1 with swing trading on almost every account that I know for overnight margin. Now they may not like like for you to put the whole thing in like a biotech or something, but there's definitely there's definitely margin in swing trading. You should get 2 to 1. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, I just know how difficult it is to day trade, and people get caught up in it emotionally. That's the one thing about swing scalping. You're trading a lot smaller size because you're looking for a much bigger move. Okay, you're not looking for 30 to 50 cents. You're looking for whatever. It could be $3 to $20. So your stops are a lot more liberal. Okay, you're not like jumping in 3,000 shares of a stock with a 20-cent stop. You're jumping in maybe 500 shares with a $2 stop. So it takes a lot of the stress out of it, and a lot of people want to day trade because they feel like they can make a lot more, and you can if you're really good at it, but because you're jumping in and out a lot, and for me it's just a lot easier to kind of take the emotions out of it. Not all the emotions, but a lot of it. You still got to adhere to your rules, but I tell you, just much more satisfying. Getting a move, a $6 move in a stock, and banging out a lot more than you would have trading the thing 20 times, day trading it, and maybe made a few $100s on it. Meso taking out 1250. Well, there you go. Nice. So far, definitely working good there. Okay, there you go. You have one right there. Very stressful day trading. I am changing to swing trading. Uh, yeah, in swing trading, you can do a lot of your work at night and in the morning. Day trading, most of it. I mean, obviously you need to do a little homework, but for me, you don't have to be sitting there looking at the market for 7 hours a day. You're taking your positions, you're putting your stops in, you're adhering to those stops, uh, and yeah, you can do well. You can make some. Boy, that meso's keeping going for you there, Fred. Good one. I may have to cut this Jumia. Just can't get anything going. From your experience, Andy, is it better to make your list at market close or morning for swing trading? Uh, I like to do it. I mean, when you say morning, I don't know if you're talking about pre-market. I mean, obviously, if you're doing, it doesn't matter because the market is closed. I guess you'll get your pre-market trading, but for the most part, you're going to see the same type of setups. This is why I like keeping my top list on live during market hours. So what I can do is I can come in here, and this is one of my ones that I like to use quite a bit. It's just pull back above 50 SMA Pro, because I get stocks that have pulled back and they're kind of putting in what I call a bullish candle. I don't like the ADRs though. It's kind of nasty. Not a lot of good stuff in there right now. Ooh, Yelp on the dawn of the dead. But no, I don't think it matters when you're doing your homework, and a lot of things you're going to miss, and you're going to see them in real time as they happen. Just like this rocket, I wasn't looking at it at the time. It's in a nasty downtrend, then all of a sudden it popped up on some volume and got above that 10-period moving average, and so a lot of times you're gonna find opportunity in live market action. But no, it's great to do your homework, look for, and that's what's great about trade ideas. You can find some really good stuff. Why did my dawn of the day just go blank? I guess there's nothing. There it comes. Sally Mae. Yeah. There's nothing wrong. Whatever you prefer. If your nights are busy, it's a night you want to be with your family or whatever. That's fine. Depends on where If you're on the East Coast, you have a lot more time to get up in pre-market and study those things. If you're on the West Coast, maybe you want to do your homework at night. And you know what you'll find stocks that you just know how to trade. You get a good feel for the kind of the way they act. They do. Each stock has a personality. Lately for me, it's been this Neo. I just kind of got a good feel for it. I know, buy no weakness. Uh, when I say pre-market or market close, is because stocks gap at pre-market open. Yeah, well, yeah, you got to take that in consideration. Now, if we're talking about swing trading, uh, you know, I think you have to be careful uh, buying a stock. So, in other words, if you looked at it in after hours and it didn't appeal to you, the chart didn't fit the things that you like, and then you look at it just because it's gapping up the next day, I think you got to be careful. There's nothing wrong with it, to playing gaps, but we do, obviously you see a lot of gap and craps. So, if here's the key: if you're going to trade off the daily, which you should be trading off of when you're swing trading, not the intraday. Intraday could be great for uh, in entry points. Maybe if you're watching this Neo and you see it pull back, you're looking for a position there, then all of a sudden you get a bar reversal there, or maybe you're waiting for it to get back above the 10. It can be great for entries, but man, you always want to look at the daily when you're first, if you're looking at a swing trade, to see uh, you know where it might go where it might go next. Uh, so I guess the point I'm making is I'll never jump in a stock, just because it's gapping up. APT was a good example. This, although looks like it may go there right now. If this is one I was eyeballing and I wasn't because I was already in it. But let's say that I wasn't in it. I'm not going to come in just because it's gapping up and say, "Oh boy, now I really like this chart. I'm going to buy it." No. Now I may watch it. And then all of a sudden I get this little formation here. Like I said, your 15s can be great for entry, and then all of a sudden it pops back up above 16 here and starts to look appealing. That may be a nice little entry in something. But I guess what I'm saying is the pre-market can help you get your eye on something, but never buy something just because it's gapping up. And I shouldn't say that, because a gap and goes can be great, but I think you still need to like the chart, before the gap. A great example. Let's go back to run here. Okay, this was setting up nicely. Okay, this was setting up nicely right here. Let me just draw this line right there. So look at the setup you had going into this day. Now, my eye would have already been, honestly, I missed this. I just missed it, like many people did. But if I'm watching this and I like the setup, okay, bingo. Okay, I already like the daily chart, and now I'm seeing the gap up. Maybe this is something I would, chase or jump in at the open, because you're gapping above this sort of all-time highs here, and it's running. But I came in liking the chart. I'm not gonna, I'm not going to. In other words, you just got to be careful with gaps, is what I'm saying, because they'll get you liking something when really maybe you shouldn't be, because the chart is not marrying up, and everything's not looking good on the daily chart. Oh, you're welcome. Yes, we have. I mean, that's the one thing about trade ideas that you're not going to find at a lot of companies. We're not just a bunch of hacks that failed in the trading community and found a home at Trade Ideas. Not the case at all here. All of us are proven, established, track record traders. We don't come cheap, but I think it pays, because I think people get some great information from us. And we all know the software really good too, so that's just an extra added bonus. Actually, that's probably a big bonus. Spies, boy, look at them fight back. How many people were salivating on this move right here? I guarantee you, shorts just get so frustrated in this market, and when you see a gap down like that, hits the 10 period, oh man, this looks like it's going to roll over, and then wham. Oh, I see Barry in my little Slack chat over here talking about Meso too there, Fred. So maybe you got that from the room? Of course, he gave it the kiss of death, a big old tail right when he said it. Yeah, my Twitter, I need to get more active. Active in Twitter, I really do, and I will be. But here's my Twitter account. If you want to, and I'll get more active. I just I took this over what I did from Trade Ideas. Probably another. There you can see my tweet I talked about yesterday, how the XRT was trying to break out of this flag pattern. But yeah, Trade Ideas Quant, and yeah, I'm gonna get more active. I've been kind of lazy. If I tweet, it's gonna be, you know, stuff about the market. I'm not gonna just. You're not gonna catch any random musings probably on my Twitter feed. Amazing. There, it's coming back for you, Fred. It's popping back up here. Back to. You're welcome, Craig. Yeah, I will. I'll get more active. I'm starting to tweet, trades that I make. I think what was the last one I put in there? I'm trying to remember. I think it was Jamie, which is the one not working. All right, guys, I got about 10 more minutes. Okay, it says FDA review good news. All right. Well, wrong interpretation, huh? Well, that would suck if you were long coming into this. Yeah, I've been seeing that one coming through my extreme volume high-low pro there. Look at there trying to uh, take out the high that it put in right here. I mean, all-time high. I would want it. If I was day trading, I'd probably or swing trading, I guess. I definitely want it to kind of hold that all-time high right there. But yeah, that looks good. That looks like one of those ones where you come back, you know, 3 days from now and the thing's at $350. I'm not saying it's going to go there, guys. I have no idea. I mean, it could fail and put in a big old topping tail and close back in its yearly range there, but I would want it to hold that 288. But definitely strong. It's one of those ones that could trend all day. Not sure of the news. You got okay upgrade. So was that always scares me when you get a it's not uncommon in this crazy market to get a 15% move on an upgrade, but I would rather it be something more fundamental. But so be it. It's still doing great volume, almost 9 relative volume and breaking to all-time highs. I definitely wouldn't short it. Please take a look at Pulse, PLSE. Nice move. I would rather see. Oh gosh, look at the volume. Okay, this would turn me away real quick. Only 44,000 shares traded a day. Average volume is only 68,000, and really it's not doing. The volume is coming in right now, but the relative volume is not all that great. So that's a tough one. Take a look at the chart here. Kind of been in a downtrend over the last several years, couple of years. Yeah, that's a tough one for me. I would never trade something like this. It only does 68,000 shares because it's one of those ones you wake up the next morning, it's back down to $12. But let's do a long-term trend and see if it's breaking it. What the heck are you doing? Why is it not drawing for me? There it goes. So there's your long-term trend. So we're right at it. So yeah, that would be a tough one for me. I mean, I do like to see some volume coming in right now, but yeah, not one that I would trade. Okay, please take a look. Actually, got upgraded. See, does the AI place a profit target on the chart? If so, can you show me the profit target on NBIX? Okay, we'll definitely do that. Let me put up, I just have NEO on there. Let me put them all on there. There's NBIX. It's a short sell. And sometimes you have to zoom out to see the profit target, and there's no profit. Not all of them have profit targets. And if you see them like that and you see the green line just keeps going and going and going, it's kind of tough to see. Let me stretch out my chart. But that tells you right there's no profit target. And also what you can do is go to strategies. Let me put them all here. And and you can look at the strategy, and this one is downward momentum. And look for downward momentum, right? And moderate. I don't have the column there. Let me see if I got it. You can add the column and look for profit target and add your column. And where'd it go? There's your profit target. So look, so downward momentum doesn't have a profit target. You can see knocking on resistance has a $1.50 profit target. A lot of these ones today do not have profit targets. And what that tells you is we probably have found that in our back office that instead of taking profit, these things are best left, untouched and let them keep going. In that case, there's no profit target on MBIX. Which channel bar do you use, Andy? I don't know what you mean, but channel bar. There's only one channel bar. Are you talking about individual channels? You're welcome, Jim. Yeah, Chris, I'm not sure when you say which channel bar, there's only one channel bar. If you go to new, you can launch it right here. Just go to hit channel bar and it'll launch it. And there's only one. Now, if you're asking about individual channels, obviously I like to use my little default layout here, but for many traders, they like to just come in here and browse through our channels. If you're a momentum trader, this one is really good. This Momentum. Traders Vault is going to have all of our favorite alerts in there, so you'll have access to all of our favorite windows. But yeah, it's just a matter of preference when it comes to channels. But it's one of those kind of things you spend a weekend on going through them. But the momentum is, if you'd like trading momentum, that's a great channel right there. Okay, I figured that's probably what you meant, Chris. All right, well, I'm telling you, I'm happy that we made it through the web support webinar. Yeah, the last couple of weeks we've had some issues, and I can go ahead and brag about it now since I only have a couple of minutes left. So hopefully that issue has been fixed. Great question. Is momentum good for swing trading? Yes. Some of your best trades start off as a momentum trade. Some of your best swing trades. In a great example, I'll go back to run. This is a chart that was on this day right here. Look at that huge volume. This was coming through my extreme volume high-low pro all day long. Trust me, most traders out there took 25 cents out of there, and look at the continuation it had afterwards. So to answer your question, yes, but you have to know what you look for. And my advice is look at daily charts and look for these breakouts, gap and goes to all-time highs, or at least a 3 or 4 month high. Something that's breaking out and you don't see any short-term resistance. These can be very, very good swing trade candidates. But once again, you have to know what you're looking for. If you're wrong, in other words, if it breaks out of a level that you're looking at and it comes back to that level, or through it and down, you got to get out. But yeah, they can be very powerful. Let's see if we can find anything. Well, that one we talked about just a minute ago, this TWLO. This could be a good example of one. Like I said, you may see, like somebody mentioned, $350 target price. Maybe this is one that gets there in the next 5 to 7 days. I don't know. GBX. See this one right here, GBX? Maybe not so much. I mean, it's great that it was breaking out of a 8-month range, but look at all the congestion you're seeing on the daily back over here. Okay, so maybe this is one I would day trade because I'm not seeing a major breakout. Maybe if it got above this level, that would look good, but still a lot of congestion there it's running into right now. So that's where you just learn how to be able to, look at the charts and gather your own, make your own conclusion. This one right here, I probably wouldn't swing trade this one. Looks like it's an ETF though, but you can see, look at all the congestion it's going to be running into. This, for me, if I'm in this, would probably be a day trade. So focus on the daily charts and the volume. Yeah, pulse. Yeah, it's that volume and that. I mean, it's great that some relative volume is finally coming into it, but boy, a big move like that on something that's only traded 56,000, you got to be careful in something like that. All right, looks like Barry is streaming, so I think I'm going to bow out, guys. Hope you enjoyed the session. You learned a few things today, and glad everything went smoothly on the technological level. And you're welcome, Mike C. You take care. You have a great weekend. Thank you, Chris. Have a great weekend. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys next week. I'm going to turn you back over to Barry now. So take care. And
Yeah, this SLDB, it's it's a strange one. I mean, a lot of volume that came in. You would have thought maybe that should propel it a little bit higher, but it just doesn't look like it wants to move. Just one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. So it is 12:59. I'll be doing my video pretty soon. Okay, which window is the one you have second from the top right? Second from the top right. Are you talking about this window here? Okay. Yeah, I should talk about this more actually. It is a great little feature we've got. See where I've got the similar tab? It says similar. So if I click on that, you're going to see the same window. So what I do is I duplicate it, right click, and I duplicate it. So if I did it right now, you would see, now I've got a duplicate of it. I'm going to shut that down. But when I duplicate it, then I put it over here. And what this is doing is when I click on an alert, say WW, I'm going to see stocks in theory in the same sector. When I say in theory, I mean, You know, there you might see a little bit of weirdness, but there's WW, so it's in the all other personal services sector. So you can kind of see, all right, you take a look at a stock. Well, I wonder how its peers are doing, as an example. Okay, make sense? And there are two ways to use it. I put it on competitors. You can do it in price action. I've never really used the price action. What that is doing is it's trying to find stocks with similar price action. I think we need a few more filters. But the other thing you can do is when you can track a sector then all day long if you want to. So you can take this window and I can pop it out. I can do the pop out, right click, pop out. Okay, now what I can do is I can add filters, I can add a price range, I can kind of customize it. All right, I can customize it to the things that I may want to see within that sector. Exactly. Boy, Mizo, right back up. It's like that never happened. You know, that didn't even happen. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, I use my Spyder sector just as a an overall gauge, of course, what the market's doing. Um, Now, as you can see, the market, the Dow is almost positive now. I didn't notice that. So a lot of these are in the Dow area. But also I use this, I mean, if I want to get into a stock and I know the sector it's in, I can just check, well, how is the sector doing? Especially if I'm wanting to get into a stock that is not necessarily what I will call an alpha, it's an alpha stage. In other words, it is not necessarily trading on its own. It is more or less going to map or mirror what its sector or the market's doing. I mean, obviously all bets are off if a stock has earnings or has some news, and it probably doesn't really matter within reason what its sector or what the market is doing. All right, guys, it is now 1:03, so I will be doing my video now. But before I do, I'm just going to give you a link if you want to follow, if you want to sign up for the videos that I do every day. Meanwhile, Mizo, man, oh man. All right, so if you do click on my homepage link,
you stay here.
And daily market recap videos right there, so you can sign up for them. I do them, and within about an hour after I do them, they get sent out by email. Okay. Wow, look at WWR. Close to 4 now, guys. Mizo madness. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now as I do my video. All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'll show you how to do it though, okay? All you have to do is just take this, the basic new highs. Okay, the basic new lows, no repeat. Easy way to do it. Just take this window. I'll show you how you can do things within Trade Ideas. Duplicate the window. Okay, duplicate the window. And then right click, configure, and then flip it. Okay, when you flip it, it just turns into the reverse. So this is the basic new highs, then that'll be the basic new lows, okay? And then just give it a new name. If I flipped it, then just give it the new name. Okay? That make sense? I'm just showing you because you might want it's a great way to compete kind of competing scans. Okay. It's a great feature we've got, that flip feature. All right, guys. So what did WWR do finally? Finally, yeah, there it is, 409 down to 387. So that would have been a decent little short. Okay, look at this pop. CYTK. Look at this pop. Way through the through the channels, I'm sure. CYTK. Something's happening with this one. Next high looking left. It's around 23.77, so it's a little bit close. And this is shortable for me. Also had a cross right there, but probably I don't know if anybody could, well, somebody could have seen it, I guess, but maybe right here. No. Not in this alert window anyway. Well, this is continued. Look at this move. Man, oh man, look at this move for cytokinetics. I mean, they had some news this morning, but I mean, unless this is just a really big delayed reaction, publication of manuscript dealing highlights the publication of the manuscript dealing with characteristics of galactic HF in European Journal of Heart Failure. That was a mouthful. But anyway, that was this morning though. So unless it was maybe 1,000-page tome that people are finally getting through, and now they're saying, wow, you guys have got something. But now look at it. I mean, 2554, I mean, that's a tremendous, but you had to, I don't know how you're going to guess that that's going to stop right there. No little crosses or anything like that, so. Oh yeah, I mean it's way above the channels. Absolutely, but you know, without to me, kind of just making a bit of a random guess that it's going to stop there. You know, as Real would say, I mean it'd be nice if one of those EMAs was up there crossing, even piercing it on the way down. But I mean I. All right, next VVPR. All right, so this one is shortable. VVPR, interesting. Look left on that daily chart, and the next high is right around 1150. But the spread, you know, it's a 10-cent spread for an $11 stock. It's a little tough, for me anyway, to commit. You get that spread a little tighter, maybe, but wow, for you to get a William, for you to get a berry buck out of that. The only reason you got that is because it went down so quickly you couldn't get out sooner. That's the only reason. All right, well, I'm glad I held off on the VVPR. I mean, this is 1153. I mean, again, the spread. No, I see, Fred. I just could not commit to something with that low volume. I mean, I'm very glad that you're making money on this, but I just could not commit to it. And it's amazing, isn't it? Look where it got to, 1341 or so. Basically stalled right at the high there. Well, Mesos had a look at that. I mean, it got up to what, 1377, pulled back again. Kind of like what happened here. Well, that VV is getting so tempting. I mean, getting close to that whole number. $13.82 is the next high looking left, so I mean that's not even an issue. But you got, I mean, I don't know if you guys are watching that spread. I mean, 1161, 1182. I mean, it is just. Now, granted, if the ask comes back to the bid. Well, you're looking good. Obviously, you're on a long on that one, but again, boy, it looks like it wants to take out 12. I don't know what's happening on this one. I don't see any specific news, but I don't know if this is an EV play. Solar and critical power. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's like a classic EV play. Is it stalling? And I'm talking VVPR, of course. Almost. I missed it. I had a chance to get it at 1180, and the spread was like 1180, 1182, and then the bid dropped. Oh, JB. Oh, John. Oh, JB. Sorry. How come you're gainfully employed again? I shouldn't make light of it. I don't know what your situation is, so. Yeah, we got some tradesmen here, yes. Window fixing. House window. Oh no. Well, again, I'm obviously happy for you, Tank. Back to work. All right, guys. So I'm all out of the Avaya. That's it. So I'm not in anything right now. Always welcome, Tank. All right, so if I'm going to read Real's mind, I'm going to read his mind a little bit. So you see that rising 80 MA on the 2-minute chart? Is it keeps rising, and maybe if the price comes down below it, maybe that will be an area. Yeah, I agree, real. Those of you on the West Coast may have a bit of an advantage. You know, you can maybe at least partake in the first hour when, it's pretty exciting anyway, and then go off to work. But if you're not in those time zones, yeah, it's pretty tough. Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure to have you in the room, JB, really. All right, guys, so there is the 8 EMA, and there's the 2-minute chart, and it's just, so if it pokes through this, and if the spread is decent, I may take this short, and that's the VVPR, because I'm looking at, maybe some support around 11, which is far enough away. But just give me a moment here. I have to, I'm going to have to take off for maybe 5 minutes or so, just a second. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, well, you can see exactly what happened. It did not pierce it, really. It touched it. And so that saved us. Thank you, Real. Instead of going into that short, anticipating it was going to break it, it didn't. It held. But it could still fail again as that EMA is rising. Are you talking to me or to Zach? I think you're talking to Zach, right? About the CC? Oh, me. Well, I was talking about the VVPR. I'm not in the short yet, but we're looking at that on the 2 minute chart. You see the 8 EMA, and it almost at the 134 candle, it almost poked through, but it held. And I was suggesting if it poked down through, you could take the short, had some room, to about 11, but then look what's happened. So it did not pierce it. Boy, look at Best Buy. I did it. Bed Bath and Beyond. This could be really interesting even next week. Again, the third day continuation of earnings. Well, I mean, this has got a ton of room still. 1376, the next high looking left on that daily chart for VVPR. Yeah, Best Buy and Beyond, yeah. Now that's interesting news. So I know the symptoms, the first report were mild, but is he just saying, I mean, is that just, or are they worsening? I'm really just watching it. See, this thing is rising, rising. It could give us a better risk reward if it ever does want to fall. And that's the VVPR. However, look at these little topping. That's 2 minutes though. 2 minute charts. I mean, topping tails. Buyers have been trying. Sellers have been somewhat in control. Maybe not. Hey, just a moment, please. Oh man. Yeah, nice. Obviously, I don't know where it was exactly, but beauty. Wow. You know, this is making my watch list. It's well, not every day, but certainly the last little while. I want to show you FLWS. Take a look at this, guys. For those of you who are interested in, potential swing trades and all. I mean, look how much room it has. It's the reason it's not triggering here is because the relative volume is not high enough. Even the volume, I don't think, is high enough. But doesn't mean that it's not valid to watch. I mean, look left and how much room this has. That's FLWS. Yeah, the spread is still not great for the VVPR. This is not terrible. It's 9 cents right now. Yeah, that is a penny stock. Boy, I haven't seen stock this cheap for a while in this room. NSPR. Look at the volume. Yeah, look at the volume. It just came in, and it's not even a pink sheet stock. NSPR. Well, this volume is just picking up. It's only traded 1 million shares, but 600 of it right here in that 600 right there. Half of it is within the last 3 minutes for NSPR. All right, well, this is just, it is strong. VVPR is just strong. I thought maybe on that little break underneath 12, that might be it for a while anyway, but nope. OMI, 5-minute chart. And what am I looking at? Is that a cross there at 2302? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, JB, if you're in this one, let's cheer it on to 20. I won't even talk about shorting it. How's that? No, William, you will not. You will not. I'll shut the room down if you say you're shorting it. I see CLV. CLV has been a little bit choppy, but I see is finally now starting to really drift down. But again, 1551. I mean, I don't. What was I doing then? 1245. Okay, guys. Well, the market is starting to drift down. Oof, what an ugly looking weekly chart. Well, maybe CETX, really, okay. Yeah, we can stew about it all weekend. Boy, this is, yeah, somebody said this is choppy. I mean, though again, I'm looking at this 2 minute chart, which I'm still not quite used to looking at. So the 5 minute, I mean, it's a little bit choppy, but not crazy. I still think if it can get down into the 80s, I could get it really running. Oh, but I'm not supposed to be shorting it. All right, guys. Well, there's SLDB again. Maybe this time, maybe this time it can hold and start to run. It's only got 30 million in the float. All right, guys. This is starting to move well now. Look at the volume that is coming into SLDB. right, guys, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, guys, so what is the time? 1:56. Boy, the 6 T just continues. This is I wouldn't be surprised if this went negative. Here's the 200-day moving average. Yeah, I mean every broker is different, Shank. I mean your broker will tell you if there are shorts available. When I say will tell you, I mean they're not going to call you. But I mean I don't know who is your broker. TDA? Yeah, I'm not sure where it would be, but I mean, you just have to find out where they indicate if shorts are available. You know, for me, it's just right underneath the order entry. Within Interactive Brokers, it just tells me if it's shortable or not. Just you just have to find out where it is. I mean, if I don't think William has TDA. I don't think so. There you go. Hard to borrow or easy to borrow? Or none to borrow, I'm assuming. I like the dots. Bright green, faded green, red. And goods coming in. Actually, a little early. We might have an hour of goods. Though I'm leaning to shutting the room down around 2:30 today. do it. I'm fading. I'm really intrigued with this FLWS, especially next week if it can get any volume. You know, it's a fairly low float, 25 million in the float. People need flowers. And look at the room it's got. Ooh, what would be my style? I'm more of a momentum trader, though over the last 3 weeks or so, I've been concentrating a little bit more on shorting momentum stocks at the top, trying to find the tops. But overall, I'm not a big pullback player. More of a momentum trader. Virtually all of my alerts are showing me when stocks are making new highs or new lows, and then I analyze from there. Always looking at the daily, weekly, and monthly. So if a stock has made a new high intraday, then I'm just looking to see whether or not, okay, great, don't have to worry about today's resistance. What about longer term time frames, daily, weekly, and monthly? Does it still have room to move? So that's kind of where I come from. Though, I have been concentrating a little bit more over the last 2 to 3 weeks at seeing these stocks that are having, sort of almost no, I'm not allowed to talk about that one. So sort of big monster moves on one candle, sort of capitulation. I'm also somebody who likes to trade around the whole numbers. I will rarely, for instance, I rarely, shouldn't say never, but I rarely will take a trade, say at 1597. Always wait for that whole number break. And I don't mean 1601. I'd like to see maybe 1607, 1608 as an example. And then, of course, looking left to see what sort of room it might have. Then if I take a trade around there, then I can put the stop kind of at that whole number. But there are a lot of different trading styles in this room, for sure. Oh, I don't know about an average holding time. I mean, I'm basically an intraday trader. I don't know if there's an average. I mean, I'm not looking to get out of something in seconds or anything like that. If it happens, it happens. I really don't know what my average holding time is. I mean, I was in this short for it seemed like forever, as an example. I'll stay in a trade if it's still working. I was in this actually to turn into a nice long now, but I was in this short probably for 2 hours. It didn't do that much. But now this is looks like it's actually turning around. A little bit of volume coming in. SPY is trying to move up a bit. Well, I don't know about liking it. I mean, I'm only using it to see if I can catch some of these little crosses up here. Okay, early. That 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA. I mean, that's really the only reason I have it up and running. But I don't mind it. I mean, I used to use a 2-minute chart, but it's many years ago. Well, it all started. It all started in a 5,000 watt radio station. But it all started when we were talking about, okay, it's great to be able to try to short these tops, but to me it was seeming like more like a guess, like where. So that's when Real said, well, on a 2 minute chart, if you see it piercing the 8 EMA, that can be a clue. And I said, okay. And then of course the cross too. So I thought, okay, I'll do it. And so that's why I have it up. That's why this whole thing started. Meanwhile, look at the go for JB. You might get your 13. Just one moment, please. Oh man, it's Friday, isn't it? Yes. Not that I don't like hanging out with you guys all week, but it's always a but. Yeah, always a but. Well, as I say, my alerts have just dried up. I'm not really getting too many more new alerts, so just kind of taking a peek at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything is kind of interesting. All right, South Jersey Industries. Look at this one starting to move. But look at, oh no, I'm sorry. No, wait a minute. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought this was, so this is 1968. So there is the 200-day is way up here. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought that blue line was the 200-day moving average. But anyway, look at this one. Kind of maybe a little interesting. I would say that 20 is probably would stall it. But something's happening, some volume coming in. It's a big float, 100 million in the float. This is yeah, it's very look how spotty this is on the 5 and the 2 minute chart. Little gaps. This is for the PRPH. What is happening to Adro? I have no idea, but let's take a look. When you say what's happening, I don't know. It's a very choppy looking daily chart. I don't see any news on it. Oh, wait a minute though. Didn't they do a? They're going to be doing a reverse split. Hmm? Same company. It says ADR.OQ. That's usually a pink sheet, isn't it? Well, it looks like they did a. Is that a reverse split? Duro Biotech. So I don't know. I've got some news here. It says. So there's your answer regarding ADRO. Oh, I see. Okay. Moment, please. All right, guys. No, the difference is, Greg, is that Trade Ideas uses, most of the time it seems to be okay, but Trade Ideas uses pre-market data too. Okay. Now, this is definitely the 20 SMA. I can see right there, EMA 8, SMA 20. So I'm definitely using it, but Trade Ideas uses pre-market data, and I think probably in some of the big higher time frames, it may not be exactly the same. Come on, another 16 cents for JB. Send him off as on Friday in a real happy mood. Yeah, man. I mean, this too bad. I mean, I wish this just had more volume. FLWS, it would have triggered up here. This looks really, really interesting. FLWS. You guys, again, looking for potential swing trades. October 29th pre-market, so it doesn't have earnings anytime soon. Well, and end of the month. Um, I don't know. There's actually even a cross on the 8 EMA crossing the 20 on the daily right here. Again, this is not a recommendation. I'm just pointing something out. When you see a chart that looks like this, you kind of have to sit up and take notice. Just from my evening scanning. So it's on the watch list. It's actually on my watch list. It just hasn't triggered because, excuse me, one of the filters is it has to be at least one relative volume to trigger in here. Otherwise, it would have triggered in here. Make sense? See, I've got so the current volume has to be at least one. And you see the relative volume, that's that relative volume, current volume is 0.68. So it's not going to trigger. It doesn't mean I can't look at the things that haven't triggered, of course, and point some of the things out to you, but so if a person were to swing this one, you'd have to put a stop, probably at least $2 away. Meanwhile, this stupid PRPH keeps running higher here. 8 million in the float. Stupid in that I'm not in it. All right, guys, listen, as the week is winding down, certainly ask me questions, anything you might want to, not anything, but stock related, hopefully. Trade ideas related. I'm done. I mean, I doubt very much I'm going to do anything more. Sure, a reverse stock split, sure. So typically, what was that, Adro? Let's see what the price of Adro. Though Adro is a fairly expensive one to do a 5-for-1. Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Typically, a stock does a stock reverse split when they're under $1 and they're in jeopardy of losing their listing, say a NASDAQ listing. Most of the time you have to have at least $1. There are other rules, of course, but stock has to be over $1 to be listed on NASDAQ. Again, listen, I know there are other rules, but I'm just being very, very general. So let's just say, for argument's sake, a stock has 100 million shares outstanding, and the stock is at 50 cents. So if they did a 1-for-10 reverse split, basically you take the 100 million, you divide that by 10, so now you're down to 10 million shares, okay, and you multiply the share price by 10, getting you $5. So if I took $5, if I took $5 times 10 million, the new number of shares outstanding, you get the same market cap as multiplying 100 million by 50 cents. Okay, makes sense? And again, they do that in order to try to get to maintain a NASDAQ listing. I mean, that is the general reason. And then if they're somewhat smart, they will try to have some kind of a press release or anything very soon afterwards to kind of, get the interest in the stock. So it is just math, it's just ratios. You multiply the share price by one number and divide the number of shares outstanding by the other number, and when you multiply, get it all together, you'll still get the same market cap. Tank. Okay. Remember, not a recommendation, just pointing it out. You have to make up your own mind. So are you talking about, so who asked the question? KJ, are you talking about intraday or in general? I mean, I don't use it that often. I mean, it's there for people who are looking maybe for potential swings. Well, look at ENLV. Oh man, oh man, oh man. Look at this. Look at the volume coming in. So one of the scans I share is called the trend reversals. So if you clicked on that, where is it? Trend reversals, right there, trend reversal up. So typically you'll see stocks that have kind of been beaten up and then turning. Now, are they turning because the market's turning? Not necessarily, okay? But, they've been beaten up for a reason. And yeah, I mean, it won't hurt if the market's on their side, but there could be other reasons, other catalysts. So what I would do is I would, take a look at this scan and check to see what sort of stocks. My guess is that FLWS would have been on it. Okay, because it probably would have been on it around here. A beaten up stock starting to turn. Well, it's the same sort of principle. I mean, okay, you can create a a position in a month's range so that a stock is near the low. I mean, this is 5 weeks, 6 weeks. No, you could create a position in the last 6 months near the low and watch stocks like that. And then if they have a day that they're starting to break out, you can start watching them. This is out of my price range, but I mean, it's the same principle. I pull back on that weekly chart. It's something, I mean, my problem is, I mean, look at the daily chart and I just sort of, it just doesn't suit my eye when I see all these bottoming tails and topping tails on the daily chart. I mean, it means that within each day, there's just all sorts of uncertainty. Move it up here, but we're going to close it here. Move it up here, we're going to close it here. Move it down here, we're going to close it up here. You know what I mean? Like for me, I just sort of, I'm not interested in charts that look like this. As a specific, I mean, you're talking Etsy specifically. I mean, it's had a nice 2 weeks, but these are like, I'm just not a great swing trader. I mean, I'm just not. I could never predict that this is going from 110 to 130 in 2 weeks. I would love to be able to, but it has earned. It's on an earnings play. Yeah, so you could put position in 30 days near the bottom. And it could be. You see, let me just show you. First of all, I'll answer Max's question. My opinion of the bid and ask. Of course, it depends on the price of the stock. I mean, obviously, the difference between Apple or a $1 stock, a dollar stock. I mean, I won't. I mean, there were a couple of trade Omi early on. I mean, obviously, it would have worked out great, but Omi early on had a 30-cent spread. That was early on in the day. Especially, you might see that especially early on in the day. That's one of the reasons why a lot of times I will not trade early in the day in the first 15 because you get some bad spreads, and it can work for you, and it can work really, really poorly for you. So I would say, when I see a spread say over a dime, I probably won't. I start to question it. And again, it will depend on the price of the stock. So let's take a look at that scan as an example. Meanwhile, WWR making new highs, taking over from LAC. Oops. And you're going to see the filters that I'm using. Now, this be a little bit different, but okay, so the yearly range, it's going to be near the low, but certainly not more than 35% above the high, above the low. So it'll be within 35% of the yearly range. Now, again, this is just this one, but in the last 5 days, it's within 10% of the high. Okay, as an example. So that is going to show you stocks that are near the year's low, but in the last 5 days are putting on a move, as an example, by using filters like this. Okay, and you can start to play around with stuff like that. You might want to put a 20-day. You want what? I mean, it's up to you. I can't tell you what exactly is going to work, but that is under, yes, it is, yes. It's called trend reversal shared or something like that. Now they're all, okay, like look at Grill as an example, a cheap one, right? So you can see what's happened. Maybe, and if it starts to get some traction, it has a shot up into this area. That looks a lot like the flowers, FLWS, just obviously a different price range. But so what I'd be doing is I'd be sort of cycling through these stocks and just seeing. You might look at AMRN. I mean, again, beaten up, crawling back maybe. See, they're not all going to have that look, but they all meet the filter requirements. But you might just hit on one. I mean, that says, "Wow, okay, I like it." See, I mean, the SBH. I mean, it's had a nice day. Crawling back. Not so much crawling back, but it's. So anyway, you can take a look at those, and every day probably be different. Not totally different. You might see some stocks that are going to be about the same, but just a matter of clicking on the alerts and then taking a look at that daily, weekly, and monthly, and just seeing, wow, how much room does it have if it wants to keep going. You are welcome. Give me a moment. Look at this one, GLNG. I mean, I don't know where this is going, but this was $14 about maybe 3 weeks ago, 2.5 weeks ago. It's been cut in half. It's been testing that level a couple of times. Kind of interesting action yesterday and today, and you never know. Maybe now it's found a good base and it can start to recover somewhat. Okay, guys, it is getting closer and closer to 3. I saw it this morning. I think I brought it up. I mean, look how choppy this is on the 2-minute chart. I mean, it had the big run at the very beginning, and then it just has done nothing. Did the Jets win with it? No, the Jets did not win on Thursday. I don't know, goods. I'm definitely. I even shut down my brokerage platform. I'm not even going to be tempted to trade. Well, tough to be 0-7. They haven't played 7 games yet, but they could be 0-7 later on. But oh, I see. Okay, New York is a city. I see. Okay. All right. I'll hang on. But I do have to say that was a heck of a run by Darnold. That was the highlight of, could be one of the highlights of the year. Questions? Questions? Look at this. Dow is sneaking into positive territory. 16. Ah, just went negative again. Crazy. Yeah, tech is down, definitely. I don't know what killed, but it's definitely down. I don't really think like that, John. I mean, anything can happen, of course. I know they had news. Also know that a short seller creamed them back here, after that huge run up it did have. Um, who knows? If they come out and say, great, you had a press release about something. I mean, these sort of stocks for me are just a little too emotional. I don't remember which one it was, whether it was Citron or Street Sweeper or one of them, but I'm pretty sure. I mean, that's what just tanked this stock. I mean, you got to remember, I mean, this was $67 just about, and it gets down to $23 or so in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. I mean, imagine. Now, it's having a fantastic day today, don't get me wrong. But these guys who prepared that short report, what do you think they're going to be doing on the weekend? So I'm not trying to scare you off holding this. That's kind of what goes through my mind, though. You'd have to really read, whatever they're doing. I know somebody posted a little bit of information about why this is moving up. I mean, it's a ton of volume. So I mean, those short sellers may be packing it in. I don't know, but it is a ton of volume. Even on the down days, it's out. It's going to be more than that. Yeah, TM, that's a good one. I just think airlines, I mean, in general, I mean, I think every country wants to have a good, solid airline industry. I mean, it does employ, it's not just the pilots, of course, it employs so many different industries, the travel industry. So I mean, that to me is the reason. If any industry is, for me personally, was going to fold tomorrow, it wouldn't make any difference. The cruisers, you know, but they're not being bailed, you know, because they're all, I guess they're actually not U.S. companies. So if the cruisers, but they employ a lot of people, not just their, you know, the people who actually work for the cruisers, but I mean, when they port and all that, I mean, it's all connected. Is Holly worth it? Depends how you use it, I guess. I mean, I don't take. I have a very specific way of using it. Number one, I only look at stocks under $20. Number one, that's me. I don't auto trade it. I use it as a watch list, not unlike this watch list right here. And that's how I use it. Whether you can find it, the value in it, doing it that way or another way, I really can't. I really can't tell you. If you're thinking that you can just go set it on auto trade and buy and let the system work, probably won't work. Well, not if you're going to follow the AI auto trade. You can do what you want. You mean you can take the alert. Okay. Listen. Okay. This is what I would do. I think that auto trading, unless you're, I mean, I don't know how many trades you think you might take a day, even if it's your strategy. Give me an idea, Matt. Over 30? Oh, okay. Wow. Okay. I can't help you. I mean, you can create your own strategy. You know, like here, I've got this buy and short. You can create your own strategy then and use it and put the stop of the high of the day. Not the previous candle, though. No. Oh, I see the high of the previous candle, or no, you can't do that. Michael is working on stuff like that, but it's tedious. Another move for WWR. Look at the first alert was when? No, actually it was earlier than this even, but yeah, I know. Michael, I mean, it'd be a lot better if we had better stops. Yes, there are ways to refer to previous candles. Michael is working on it. Michael Noss, if you know who I'm talking about, are definitely our expert in terms of auto trading with IB. It's something that's, well, okay. You notice this is exactly what we're talking about. So if I go to, where are you? Premium RBI and GBI, okay? So this is the idea. And we're getting alerts based on the highs of previous candles or the lows of previous candles in here. So it can be done, all right, but it is tedious. And it puts the stop. It puts the stop at the bottom of the previous candle, so it can refer to the previous candle. You know, and this is written though in another kind of a language, so it's not the same as what you see here, even though it looks the same. Wow, it's already 2:45. Okay, I guess I can gut it out to 3. Closing the room at 3, guys. Well, it's interesting. I gotta wonder how many people bailed on the LAC and put it into WWR. Yeah, I just don't think there are that many people auto trading it, Max. I may be wrong, but I don't think so. You know why I asked you about how many trades you take a day. I mean, 30. Okay, I get it. If you're going to do 30 trades a day, then you have to have some kind of an auto if that's what you want to do. But if you're going to do, even 5, 6, 7 trades a day, and they're not all at once, they're not all triggering, within 30 seconds of each other. To me, one-click trading, setting up your own trading style using one-click trading. I mean, is it auto trading? Not exactly, but it's within a couple of seconds. You get an alert and you like it, and you go, okay, buy, do it, done. I mean, it's just done, and you've set up your own rules. Now, unfortunately, we can't do the reference to the previous candles and all, but you can set up all your own rules about how many shares you're going to take, where your stop is going to be, etc., etc. So it's not quite auto trading, but first of all, to me, if it's so important, I mean, unless if again, I'm not talking to you specifically, but I mean, people get very hung up on the AI about, well, I couldn't get it in at here's the alert, CFFN at 10:59. I couldn't get it until 10:62. Well, the AI is not set up that you have to get it in right at the actual penny. We're not in it for 5 cents, 10 cents. I mean, sometimes it doesn't work, but it's not because, you're a little bit late. I mean, for me, I would never take a trade just because I get a price alert or I get a signal. Like, I don't take the trade just because it comes into my watch list up right at the time. I want to see, okay, how's it trading? Listen, do I run the risk that I get an alert at 8:85 and half a second later it's 9? I guess, but it's not. It doesn't happen that often, and normally I have time to see, okay, what does it look like on the daily, the weekly, the monthly? What's the market doing? Do I want to take a trade going counter to the market? Things like that. So I mean, look at LAC. I didn't get into LAC at 12.93. I got in at 13.10. My style, waiting for the break of the whole number. And so what did LAC do after that? I mean, it was fantastic. So the fact that I gave up 17 cents on a stock that moved $2. I mean, who cares? A lot of times in my mind, what I'm doing is waiting for a little more confirmation. So if I get a little more confirmation in my mind anyway, that allows me to take maybe a bigger size. And if I just said, taking the trade right now, I wouldn't have the confidence. A couple of reasons. I wouldn't have the confidence that it would take out the whole number. Number one, 12.93, always a little worried, will it take out the whole number? And this is not directed just to you, Max. Okay. I think that was just the count, KJ. I moved the count back from 60 to 45, things like that. I don't think I really changed anything else. So in other words, instead of waiting for 60 new highs or 60 new lows, I changed it to 45. Well, okay, so I'm not the big crossover expert at all. Real is, but I mean, he's the one who's basically drummed into our heads that an 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA is something that we should be focusing on. Okay, and it doesn't matter the time frame. So if I'm talking crossovers, then it's the 8 EMA crossing the 20 SMA, either up or down. Down, for a potential short, up for a potential long. And yeah, KJ, it would have nothing to do with the AI because the AI cannot be modified. You get the alert, there's nothing I can do. Man, I feel idiotic I'm not in this one. WWR is just, oh, I did say that I thought maybe a lot of people would get out of LAC and maybe pile into this one. I mean, it is another little lithium, well, not a little, well, it is a little lithium play. Now look at it. Yeah, the 8 EMA crossing either up or down. So if it crosses up, then that sets up a potential long. If it crosses down, sets up a potential short. And it doesn't really matter what time frame. That's what Real uses. I certainly don't want to take credit for it. That's what Real uses, and I don't see any reason if I happen to see a cross that looks like it's going to start, I have no reason to say, well, I don't want to use the 8 EMA, I want to use something else. Okay, so this was, somebody told me EVSI, I think. So it had a symbol name change, EVSI. So now it's almost at the high. This could be interesting next week. BEEM. Yeah, we'll see you on Monday, Hills. Yeah, so 1480 is the high here. I have no idea if that really is the position in lifetime range. You'd have to look at EVSI and see what it did before. All right, so there was an IPO, kind of nothing, ONCR. IMNN. Boy, look at this, they're just flatlining. Look at this. These are 3 IPOs today, just kind of flatlined. It won't know. Well, I mean, the minute you try to send the alert or send the trade, it'll tell you there are no shorts available. So it won't know ahead of time because, as you know, Matt, well, maybe you don't know, but I mean, the short situation can change intraday. So it's not, so trade ideas would not know. But if it tries to make the trade, it'll just get rejected. Well, I think this will be on the watch list next week. Let's see. Back this out on that monthly chart. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this has got lots of room. Let me back this out on the weekly chart to see what happened here. Oh, yeah, I mean, this, we'll have to see next week to see if this has continuation. Look at the volume. And that volume, no, it's not a big volume week, actually. Maybe a little clue right there. Look at this. I mean, all the volume, but it didn't really move on that day. Look at all the volume. And the volume decline, it really didn't do much. So it is interesting to see all that volume 1, 2, 3, 4 days ago, and it really didn't move it. Not much anyway, maybe, 30 cents, which isn't bad. I mean, okay, percentage basis, it kind of moved it, but so the cynics are saying, well, okay, those who know this was going to happen were loading up here. You had to contend with the 200-day moving average on that day. No, that pounding is my neighbor. I guess they're having some work done. I think. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? I think I'll pack it in. I'll stick around if there are questions. I have no problem sticking around if there are questions. No problem, Max. Happy to do it. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions, so I think that's it. What a week. What a day today. Interesting day. What will Monday bring? So I hope everybody has a great weekend, and I will open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock. So again, have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.